Good afternoon. We will start soon, so please take your seats, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Really soon we will start. Thank you. Now it's time to start and to continue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. I declare open this afternoon's meeting. I now invite the Assembly to take up Agenda Item 5, Annual Report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. The Assembly has before it document A/15/3/Revision 1 Annual Report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. The Assembly will hear a presentation by the Director General on the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. It gives me great pleasure to invite the Director General to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to present ARENA's key achievements this past year at the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. This morning's discussions highlight the challenges in building a resilient and sustainable energy system. Let me reaffirm that ARENA remains committed towards supporting its member on the energy transition journey. It is just over a year since the global pledge of COP28 to triple installed renewable capacity and double the rate of energy efficiency by 2030. This milestone reflects a global consensus on renewables as the ultimate solution to energy and development challenges. In early 2024, ARENA was appointed by the COP28 presidency to track progress toward these goals, a role that we proudly accepted. Last fall, we delivered the first edition of the annual tracking reports toward the tripling and doubling pledge. At COP29, a new goal was set, an allocation of at least 300 billion in annual climate finance by 2035, a threefold increase to help developing nations mitigate emission and adapt to climate impact. However, socioeconomic crisis and geopolitical tensions are straining economies, and current renewable power targets reflected in the National Determining Contribution, the NDCs, are well below our intended goal. In the run-up to COP30 in Brazil, achieving energy and climate goals will require urgent political will and action. Next slide, please. In 2023, as we have shown this morning, a record of 473 gigawatts of new renewable power capacity was added, with solar energy addition leading this growth. Conducive policies, geopolitical shifts, and falling costs have driven the expansion of various variable renewable technologies. Next slide, please. Despite this progress, a significant gap remains to meet the Paris Agreement targets. Renewable capacity addition must average 1,050 gigawatts annually from 2024 to 2030. These include tripling onshore wind, increasing offshore wind and bioenergy sixfold, and scaling geothermal 35 times in current output. A significant efforts must be made towards increasing adoption across all renewable technologies. Although I already mentioned here today, I want to stress once more that the geographical distribution of renewable capacity continues to be uneven. Asia, Europe, and North America account for 85% of global capacity, while Africa, despite its vast potential, contributes only 1.6%, representing a significant missed opportunity for sustainable development in the continent. This needs to change. Achieving the tripling goal also entails significant socioeconomic benefits for communities and economies. Our latest job reports, published in cooperation with the International Labour Organization, reveal that in 2023, the renewable energy sector employed a record of 16.2 million people. This marked an increase of more than 18% from the year before. In addition, renewable employs a higher share of women than the oil and gas industry. Doubling already existing renewable energy sector jobs is also projected to lead to 30 million jobs in renewables by 2030, which would deliver significant socio-economic benefits. Ambitious and well-defined NDCs can send a strong signal to the international community, investors and businesses about a country's commitment to climate action. They can help unlock investment, drive innovation, and foster greater international cooperation on climate change. However, there is a critical disconnect between the ambition outlined in current NDCs and action actually needed to stay on track toward the 1.5 scenario. We need to achieve 11.2 terawatts of global installed renewable power capacity by 2030. Yet, renewable targets outlined in NDC and national plan are far lower than our intended goal. To address these gaps, ARENA has assisted over 101 countries in enhancing and implementing energy transition plans within their NDCs. ARENA is already offering NDC 3.0 recommendation to several members to consider in their targets in their NDC update, building upon the agency country-level data and holistic overview, including growing needs such as battery storage capacity and green hydrogen. This is also part of the generous contribution the agency received from the UAE to support 20 developing countries in their NDC submission. Securing the necessary financial resources to accelerate the deployment of renewables is central to the success of the energy transition. ARENA's contribution in this area focuses on facilitating projects, enabling environment, and increasing transparency on options available to countries. ARENA's climate investment platform and the Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, the so-called known as ETAF, continue to attract partners and projects and are already having tangible results. By the end of 2023, 14 projects were matched with partners, with 2.2 megawatts of project cumulative capacity. Similarly, the cumulative value of projects that have been gaining interest from financier and ETAF reached $3.5 billion with 2,787 megawatts of projected cumulative capacity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current pace of energy transition is inadequate. This should be clear to everyone. A radical systemic shift is imperative to align with the Paris Agreement. ARENA World's Energy Transition Outlook provides a roadmap positioning efficiency, electrification, renewable power, green hydrogen, and sustainable bioenergy as key drivers. Achieving the 1.5 Celsius target is feasible and economically viable. I've been asked during the press conference once that this year we have already experimented the more than 1.5 Celsius increase in the temperature, if we can revert this. We think that this is still possible, is feasible, and economically viable. But barriers such as outdated infrastructure, inadequate policies, and insufficient institutional capacity must be addressed. First, enablers are crucial for policymakers. We have already seen this slide this morning where we set the scene for the high-level dialogue. So, policy and regulation. Net zero commitment must be backed by robust legislation, resources, and actionable plan. Updated policies and regulation are essential to accelerate the uptake of renewable technologies and energy efficiency. Supply chains, skill and capacity. Many countries lack the institutional and workforce capability for the energy transition. Investing in education, training, and reskilling is vital to build the necessary human capital. Finance, affordable financing, risk mitigation, and expanded concessional finance are needed. Prioritizing projects with social and environmental benefit will support equitable and sustainable development. International collaboration, global cooperation can mobilize resources and create conducive environments for renewable growth. Multilateral platforms like the G7, G20, and BRICS play a pivotal role in this endeavor. Infrastructure, transforming the power sector to integrate renewables requires stakeholders' collaboration, spatial planning, and regulatory reform. Interconnectors are key for grid stability and reliable power. Before concluding, I would like to refer to the extensive work ARENA undertook last year in developing a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation framework. The framework is of great significance as it will enable ARENA to track and report on the impact of our activities. It has been an extensive process, and to ensure optimal delivery, transparency, and ownership, we deploy a whole-of-agency approach. We identify baseline data, define targets, and set definitions to ensure a common understanding and consistency of work. Therefore, starting with the progress report for the consideration of the 29th meeting of the Council, we'll be able to implement a new monitor and evaluation which will replace the matrix of implementation of the work program and budget. Another key aspect is that we will utilize this biennium to transition our work into the new monitoring and evaluation system. In this respect, the Secretariat will develop the work program and budget for the next biennium this year by first mapping the key activities against the intermediate outcome of the result-based framework to ensure alignment. I would also like to stress that monitoring and evaluating the impact of the agency work will be an ongoing process. As we implement a new M&E system, we will make sure to make the necessary adjustment to further refine and improve the system, that ensuring ARENA impact is better reflected. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the transition to a renewable energy future will serve as a catalyst for mitigation inequalities, building climate-resilient energy system, strengthening energy security, and realize the goal of universal energy access. ARENA has long championed a holistic policy-making approach that considers the broader societal implication of the energy transition. This approach also demands a cross-border perspective, recognize the interconnected of global energy system and the need for further enhanced support mechanism for developing countries. As you have witnessed in the Assembly since ARENA's inception, we have the knowledge, we have the experience, we have the mandate to provide concrete, substantive advice and updated support to our membership for their respective renewable energy needs. A sustainable future must be within our grasp, but we need to act on a tremendous scale and move with extreme speed toward pursuing a just, inclusive, and equitable energy transition, naturally and definitely powered by renewables. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for the comprehensive presentation. I would now like to open the floor for members to intervene on the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. In order to ensure the highest level of participation, delegations are invited to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. We will have a timer for these interventions with a bell on 3 minutes, at which point I will invite you to wrap up. I now give the floor to first country, Singapore. The floor is yours. And then China followed.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Director General La Camera, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here for the 15th IRENA General Assembly. Singapore welcomes the Director General's annual report and the initiatives to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. In Singapore, solar is the most viable form of renewable energy. We are on track to meet our goal of at least 2 gigawatt peak of installed solar capacity by 2030. In 2024 last year, we achieved an installed solar capacity of 1.35 gigawatt peak, a 5-fold increase from 2019. We also welcome, in particular, IRENA's publication on the outlook for hydrogen trade in Southeast Asia, as many of us seek to deepen efforts to adopt and understand these technologies. Last year in Singapore, we shortlisted 2 consortia to explore the use of low-carbon ammonia for power generation and maritime bunkering. We also launched the Center for Hydrogen Innovations, which is the first of its kind in Southeast Asia, to collaborate with the industry on advancing hydrogen research across the entire value chain. We want to highlight one point that the DG has earlier pointed out. We agree fully the need to modernize and expand our grid infrastructure to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy. In Singapore, we have made important progress with our neighbors to enhance power interconnections through the ASEAN Power Grid, which is a key decarbonization pathway for Southeast Asia. We have awarded conditional approvals to import up to 7.35 gigawatt of low-carbon electricity from Australia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia. And we have also doubled the capacity of the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project. It is clear that we will not be able to achieve the energy transition without transmission. This is why ASEAN is also developing a framework in terms of reference for the laying of subsea cables to realize the ASEAN Power Grid by 2045. We are working with many members here, including the United States, to delve into more research on cross-border power trading. In this light, we appreciate the previews of IRENA's interconnectivity report at the Singapore IRENA High-Level Forum last year, and we look forward to IRENA's continued support for Southeast Asia energy transition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Next is China, followed by United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours, China.
I will speak in Chinese.
Distinguished Director General La Camera, colleague, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to attend the 15th session of the Assembly of IRENA. First of all, on behalf of the Chinese government, I'd like to congratulate IRENA on its achievements in the past year. In recent years, IRENA has actively promoted the deployment of renewable energy on a large scale, guided the innovation of renewable energy technology, strengthened the construction of cooperation frameworks in various fields, supported the development of regional renewable energy, and promoted cooperation among member states, which reflects the positive role and influence of IRENA as a global intergovernmental cooperation platform in renewable energy. These efforts not only help narrow the gap in energy development between regions, but also make important contributions to achieving global renewable energy development goals. We also noticed that the Director General mentioned that the IRENA progress tracking report on the implementation of the UAE consensus before COP29. The report stated that the global renewable energy capacity is growing rapidly, but regionally uneven and lags behind in achieving the tripling target as a whole, facing challenges in financing, supply chain, international cooperation, etc. And the report called for a favorable environment and trade environment for the accelerated development of renewable energy. To this end, China suggests that in the future, IRENA may wish to undertake quantitative analysis on the adverse effects of barriers or restrictive measures on the renewable energy supply chain worldwide when tracking the implementation of the UAE consensus to see to what extent these unfavorable policies have hindered the realization of global goals and provide useful reference for the international community to promote the improvement of a policy environment conducive to the accelerated deployment of renewable energy. China will, as always, support IRENA in playing a leading role in the development of global renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China. I now give the floor to United Arab Emirates, followed by Austria.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by reiterating Her Excellency's Dr. Ahmed's testimony this morning, and thank you and welcome you all back to the UAE. I would like also to repeat her congratulations to you, Your Excellency, for taking over the seat at the presidency, and thank the membership for their trust in the UAE to assign them as vice presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024, as the first year of the work program, has been a very exciting year. IRENA has been assigned by COP28 to presidency, followed by the Troika and G7 as the agency tracking our progress in achieving Article 28 of the UAE consensus, which is tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling our efforts in energy efficiency by 2030. This is a very strong recognition of IRENA's hard work, its great analytical skill set, and the policy recommendation over the past 15 years. To add to that, I would like to take this opportunity, take a moment and recognize the accolade that the Director General received from the UAE's leadership. IRENA DG, along with other global dignitaries, were awarded with the first class order of Zayed II by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, for contributing to the success of COP28 in the UAE. The Director General and IRENA's recognition is symbolic of the full and unmitigated trust that the UAE has placed in IRENA's ability to rally the global community around a responsible and inclusive energy transition. So once more, we'd like to congratulate IRENA team for delivering results that really matters. There is, of course, as always, more work that needs to be done. The first tracking report on this progress of the renewables and energy efficiency target contained in the UAE consensus and presented by the IRENA at the pre-COP29 meeting in Baku made it very clear. We are falling short in our pledge to triple renewables by 2030. Sadly, that didn't come as a surprise. Even when 133 countries pledged to triple renewable capacity and double energy efficiency at COP28, we know that this goal was ambitious, but very, very necessary. We continually look to IRENA for guidance on how the global community can achieve these targets. Solutions need to be country-specific. Countries need help prioritizing the solutions and frameworks that suit them best. Policies, regulations, subsidies, incentives, etc., are very helpful tools in addressing the challenge different countries face, but not each of them might be the right solution for a particular country. As Her Excellency Dr. Amna mentioned already, we did it once. We tripled the renewable energy capacity since 2011, the year that IRENA started operation. And we are confident that we can do it again in time and until 2030. The UAE is committed to continue with its own energy transition pathway, driving a robust energy transition at the scale and pace needed to meet climate commitment and achieving net zero by 2050. And as was mentioned, part of our budget contribution to IRENA, the UAE is supporting IRENA's work on the NDC's development, and we are very proud of the work that has been done. Under this commitment, the UAE IRENA initiative under the NDC partnership was signed on the sideline of the 79th General Assembly in New York, giving IRENA's deep knowledge and expertise of the challenges embedded in energy transition. The agency is in a position to help countries to raise and achieve their NDC ambitions. The UAE also reiterates the request to the Secretariat for full comprehensive information regarding the allocation of budgets to each of the work program and activities, as well as the sources of those budgets. And finally, as the UAE has previously stated, we need to see improvement in IRENA's administrative and organizational operation, including its time management and transparent, consistent, and timely communications with the membership. Communication preparation for the Assembly is just an example. As a Vice President of the 15th Assembly, we look forward to the coming year and will support IRENA in the best interest of the agency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates. Next is Austria, followed by Spain. But before that, I will now hand over to the Vice President Turkey, represented by Mr. Öztürk, General Director of Foreign Relations at the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, to continue presiding this afternoon. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is Öztürk Selvitop. I'm Director General, Foreign Relations and the Ministry. As Vice President, our Minister was supposed to chair this session, but unfortunately, because of his flights, he couldn't join, but he will be here tomorrow morning during this assembly. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Austria, followed by Spain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first of all extend Minister Gevisler's best regards. She would have loved to be here today in person, but you might be aware that we had elections in Austria and we are expecting a new government soon. So Minister Gevisler definitely needs to be in Vienna for a handover and can no longer travel. Austria is very pleased with IRENA's role as the custodian agency for tracking global progress towards achieving the critical milestones under the tripling and doubling targets of the UAE consensus. According to the most recent tracking report, 2024 was a record year for renewables. This is excellent news, but we also know that in reality, much more effort is needed to deliver on the ambitious goals of the UAE consensus and to ensure that the transition to renewables is taking place all over the globe. In this regard, this year's NDC update will be crucial, and Austria is very delighted to see the number of countries IRENA engages with and supports with NDC enhancement and implementation. We see this as one of IRENA's strengths, and IRENA should continue this essential work. Austria is convinced that the energy transition is a global effort and nobody should be left behind. Believing in the inclusive and participatory nature of IRENA's activities and governing bodies, Austria contributed 60,000 euros to the IRENA Fund for Developing Country Representatives. Financing will be key to deliver on the energy transition, especially in developing countries. Austria is therefore also pleased to see the growing interest in IRENA's project facilitation activities. We applaud IRENA's efforts in raising member states' awareness on the Climate Investment Platform and the Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform. It is with great pleasure to see that the majority of projects proposed under the ETAF platform, as well as recommended to ETAF partners, are from sub-Saharan Africa. As we're facing a backlash regarding renewables and the energy transition in general, IRENA is more relevant than ever. We need strong communication from IRENA on its empirical and analytical findings to counter those voices. It is very important that IRENA as an organization continues to be the leader of the narrative and discourse on renewables. We are therefore pleased to hear that IRENA's communication activities, as well as social media engagement and media coverage, has grown. According to the Director General's report, IRENA has received 15,998 applications for only 37 vacancies. This is a remarkable number and shows the huge interest in the organization and in the energy transition as a whole. Austria would like to thank the Director General and his entire team for the excellent work that was done in the past year. We have a busy year ahead, and Austria looks forward to our continued cooperation in pushing the global energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Spain, followed by Eswatini.
Thank you, President. I'm going to intervene in Spanish. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate the Director General, dear Francesco, for the work of the agency this past year. I would like to pick up on what our colleague from the DG Energy of the EU said this morning. We are here as a guarantor of the United Arab Emirates consensus and tripling renewables by 2030. It's very important for the agency to work, for all the different structures to be fully operational, and Spain is fully committed as well to continue to work together to that end. As it has been said by other colleagues as well, this is a key year for the nationally determined contributions. So the deployment of renewables is necessary for those contributions to be meaningful. That goal by 2030 to triple renewables is not a challenge. We should see it as an opportunity. And this is what we're doing both in Europe and in Spain. Energy transition is seen as an agenda for progress, for social equality. The industrial competitiveness of Europe is based on decarbonization and the use of renewables. And probably this is the case for most of the world. Most countries are net importers of fossil fuels with the corresponding vulnerability. In Spain, we went over the 56% of renewable generation of electricity in 2024, and we also lead in financial growth in Europe and the OECD. And by the same token, we also reduced CO2 emissions. So the deployment of renewable sources of energy has allowed us to increase economic growth. Therefore, renewables are a factor for economic growth and competitiveness. So we have also updated our energy planning for 2030. And in the past few weeks, we have updated the process to upgrade our energy planning agenda to obtain climate neutrality by 2035. It's an economic effort, a responsibility. It involves a public-private cooperation. And in order to finish, I believe that it's fundamental, especially this year, to support the upcoming presidency of COP30, Brazil, that has been ambitious and has placed Well, the use of equally just social policies for energy as a main priority, which is shared by Spain. Energy transition must be social, must have that social component if we want it to be successful. And in order for that to happen, as a member of both COP and IRENA, they can count on our full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Just now, the floor is for Eswatini, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. IRENA President, Deputy President, Director General, Excellencies, Eswatini appreciates IRENA for the work program and the budget report for the 2024-25 financial year. We thank IRENA for the role of strengthening and facilitating collaboration amongst member and stakeholders, and also for promoting strategic alliances. Developing countries, especially us in Africa, still have difficulties attracting financing and structuring bankable projects. The projects with us are normally higher than would have expected, thus making them non-bankable. Furthermore, there is also the urgent need to increase investments in renewable developments, including infrastructure and interconnections. Hence, we recommend that more of the investment forums should be undertaken, such as the recent APRA Investments Forum held in Nairobi. Also, we thank IRENA for assisting some countries with the NDC3 toolkit, and we encourage IRENA to assist more countries in this way. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to Belgium, followed by India.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Director General, Excellencies, Honorable Delegates. Belgium would like to welcome the progress report on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025. We would like to congratulate the Director General for the task that has been given to the agency to monitor progress and provide recommendations on achieving the tripling of renewables and doubling of energy efficiency by 2030. These pledges are essential to keep us accountable on our move from ambition to implementation. In this context, and with respect to its mission, the agency should be encouraged to support members to implement the tripling pledge. This support could be materialized by offering technical assistance and capacity building programs tailored to countries' needs to establish regulations and to enhance their renewable energy planning, deployment, and integration. Moreover, with its unique position and as an almost universal platform, IRENA also offers a venue for exchange where energy representatives from countries and regions can meet formally and informally, exchange on their respective concerns, share good practices, and outline partnerships. Among recent developments in the agency's work, we would like to welcome the setup of the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization and its publication, Solutions to Decarbonize Industrial Sectors, which will provide us with inspiring elements in this sector that is difficult to decarbonize while maintaining competitive industrial activity. Before concluding, Mr. Chair, I would also like to thank the agency for the work carried out within the framework of the voluntary contribution of the Walloon government. This work, which focuses on the establishment of a facilitating framework supporting the deployment of renewables in the members of sub-Saharan Africa. We also welcome the creation of the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa and are convinced that APRA can take several tangible steps to support participating countries on the path to achieving the goals set out in the Nairobi Declaration and Agenda 2063, and specifically to accelerate the deployment of renewables. As always, Belgium remains committed to working closely with IRENA and its members for the transition to a sustainable, just, and inclusive energy future. I thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Now I'd like to give the floor to India, followed by Republic of Korea. India, the floor is yours. Okay, we can continue with Republic of Korea if they are ready. Can you just push the button, please? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. At first, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the President and Vice President on their appointment. We are confident that your leadership will guide us through a productive and successful meeting. I also would like to express our appreciation to the ARENA Secretariat and the Director General, Francisco La Camera, for their hard work in organizing this assembly and for their commitment and leadership throughout 2024 in advancing the global energy transition. ARENA has played a crucial role in guiding the international community to implement the COP28 outcome of tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency by 2030, and to share the progress. In particular, the World Energy Transition Outlook 2024, released in November, provided a clear roadmap for achieving these key milestones, serving as an essential guide for recalibrating policies and strategies worldwide. We also value ARENA's contribution during COP29, particularly its support for the COP29 presidency of Azerbaijan in developing green energy initiatives, which are green energy zones and corridors, energy storage and grids, and hydrogen declaration. These initiatives have contributed to sustaining the momentum for the energy transition. And ARENA has advanced efforts toward a just and inclusive energy transition, especially by supporting small island developing states, African regions, and other underserved regions through the Climate Investment Platform, the Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, and investment forums for project matchmaking. In spite of these ARENA's commendable efforts, challenges still remain, particularly the slow progress in renewable energy deployment and regional disparities in energy investment and access. To address these challenges, Korea remains steadfast in its commitment to collaborating closely with ARENA as a key partner on the energy transition journey. In 2024, Korea, as a council member, has actively contributed to ARENA's mission, including through co-hosting a workshop to accelerate renewable energy deployment in Central Asia and participating in the long-term energy scenarios network. Lastly, Korea expects ARENA to continue to listening to the voices of member states and to provide practical support in 2025, enabling each member country to develop and implement realistic yet ambitious energy transition action plans tailored to their specific circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Now I'd like to give the floor to Bangladesh, followed by Argentina. Bangladesh, can you just push the button, please?
Actually, we haven't raised our issue, so maybe there is a misunderstanding.
Okay, now we can move to Argentina. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate you and also all the authorities of this 15th session of IRENA. That said, I would like to point out that despite the fact that we have been mentioning the goals of the United Arab Emirates consensus in terms of energy transition, especially those stemming from paragraph 28 of the Decision of the World report, there is no mentioning of how the parties should contribute to this global effort in order to determine at a national level, bearing in mind the Paris Agreement and its different trajectories and national approaches. The United Arab Emirates consensus is a fundamental element, and that means that it has to be substantiated and based on the Paris Agreement and the general terms of the international climate regime, which is why it is indispensable to consider the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and the respective capabilities, as well as the responsibilities of the developed countries in providing means of implementation to other countries based on Article 9, 10, and 11 of the Paris Agreement. Argentina believes that the actions carried out by states in terms of climate change must move forward through a balanced approach on the three main pillars, that is, mitigation, adaptation, and ways of implementation, which means financing. It means capacity building, as well as the development and transfer of all kinds of technology. Now, in order to achieve that, the efforts devoted to emission reduction must be carried out against a backdrop that promotes development. Bearing in mind the different vulnerabilities, capabilities, and specific circumstances of the developing countries. Likewise, the mitigation and adaptation efforts must be accompanied by a higher ambition in terms of the provision and mobilization of financial resources of developed countries. Therefore, complying with the commitments that were agreed upon in the Framework Convention and the Paris Agreement. So from that point of view, the COP29 that took place in November in Baku, in Azerbaijan, during that COP, we saw how the new climate quantification agreement a goal was adopted based on the Paris Agreement, and with developed countries leading the process. The goal is to mobilize at least $300 billion a year by 2035 for developing countries and for climate action in those countries. That's it. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Argentina. According to our list, the last request to share their comments is from France. Now I'd like to give the floor to France.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We'll be speaking in French. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, I'd like to commend Slovenia for its appointment as a president, and Costa Rica, Namibia, United Arab Emirates, and Turkey for the appointment as a co-president. So we hope that this will allow us to have a very productive assembly meeting. We would also like to commend the Secretariat and Irina for their great work during the past year. And would like to stress the strong commitment during COP28, which was really fundamental, and the report on the UE consensus progress report in order to achieve the various targets of this consensus, including the tripling of renewables by 2030. And this should serve as an inspiration for the upcoming works, and I'm sure that will be the case. So France would also like to draw your attention to the budget overspent that took place in 2024. 63% of the 2025 budget was spent in 2024. So France would like to remind you of the importance of remaining within the budgetary framework. This is so that the agency can really be in line with the budgetary framework, the annual budgetary framework. And we also like to stress that it's indispensable to have a strong and ambitious collaboration so that we can allow for a good global transition in order to achieve climate neutrality and the Paris Agreement targets. And IRENA is an indispensable part of this ambitious strategy, and we strongly support its work. Thank you.
We received another just request to share their comments from Germany. Germany, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you a lot for the opportunity. I believe we signed up to the list, but perhaps there was some problem. So I would like to thank the Director General very much for the impressive overview he gave over IRENA's work and the progress made. And I want to join other colleagues in congratulating and thanking the whole IRENA Secretariat for the hard work and dedication you show. Since its inception 15 years ago, IRENA has grown tremendously in terms of its capacities, areas of expertise, membership, and impact. And today, at IRENA's 15th assembly, the relevance of the organization and the need for the agency and its work to deliver on the full potential of renewables in all its member countries is more evident than ever. Since the founding of IRENA, renewables have moved from being a niche option to the mainstream, increasingly becoming a central pillar of energy systems, something that is certainly already true in Germany. Many new members have also since then joined the discussions that IRENA has started. This, of course, brings some challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. And we want to continue the success story of IRENA. In order to do so, IRENA must remain relevant and use its limited resources in the most effective way possible. The guiding question always should be how IRENA can best support all of us to deliver on the UAE consensus and the global energy transition, especially the global goal of tripling renewables by 2030. It is also vital that IRENA remains a technical and inclusive organization. So, building on the excellent work already being done, Germany would like to encourage IRENA to especially focus attention on the following issues. Support member states in designing ambitious new NDCs and delivering on the global goals of tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling the speed of progress on energy efficiency as an enabler to transition away from fossil fuels. This could include the development of new indicators and country advice on barriers to the development of renewables. And these should also capture and monitor the progress with renewable energy policy implementation, grid expansion, storage development, skills, establishment of supply chains, and finance flows. Next, continue and extend work to bring the energy and finance as well as the business community together to mobilize and scale up financing from the private sector and advise countries on a regional scale and at the country level on the opportunities of the emerging global value chains. Another area would be to support those countries still lacking energy access to ensure that the access gap will be closed with renewables. And last but not least, to further strengthen communication on all the benefits of renewable-based energy systems, including for economic prosperity, jobs, and a just transition that works for everybody. We would also welcome if IRENA gave the geopolitical dimension of the energy transition increased attention, for example, looking at key technologies and supply chains. Germany stands ready to collaborate in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Now I'd like to give the floor to US to share their comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The U.S. wishes to express its appreciation to Director General Nakamura, Deputy Director General Singh, and the IRENA Secretariat staff for the work program. This work program reflects IRENA's continued efforts to push forward research, partnerships, and programmatic work in line with its 5 strategic objectives. As a center of excellence for knowledge and innovation, IRENA produces important research products like the World Energy Transition Outlook, which allow members to highlight our national and collective progress deploying renewable energy. The work plan also correctly notes how much more we must do to achieve our goals for renewable energy deployment. The United States values the role that IRENA plays as a hub for international collaboration, given that renewable deployment relies on broad engagement from all stakeholders, including labor, manufacturers, finance institutions, and utilities. IRENA's industry partnerships provide venues for the private sector to directly inform policymakers about factors necessary for renewable deployment, including grid modernization and standard harmonization. And IRENA's unique initiatives like Women in Diplomacy and the Youth Assembly help ensure that the views and perspectives of key members of the energy community are included and are at the table as we work together to meet our common challenges. IRENA's work also rightly considers that the energy transition and renewable deployment looks different for each country. Through individualized engagement with members, IRENA tailors its policy recommendations and project facilitation to the localized context. Through the ETAFT and SIP programs, IRENA supports development-ready projects by connecting them to financing or providing appropriate technical assistance. The United States looks forward to the introduction of the results-based framework in future work program updates. In our view, such an approach will help both member states and the Secretariat gain a better understanding of where IRENA's work is most impactful and where strategic adjustments may be necessary to better support our commitment at COP28 to triple renewable energy by 2030. Mr. President, in conclusion, the United States wishes to express our appreciation to IRENA's dedicated staff for their hard work on all these lines of efforts, and we look forward to working closely with the Secretariat and other members to advance these strategic priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems we completed the questions and comments part of this agenda item. If there are not any requests, I would like to give the floor to Madam Deputy Director General to address the issues raised under this item and provide the overall reflections.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank all the countries that have provided us their suggestions and comments on the annual report that was presented by the Director General. We have taken note of all the suggestions that have been provided to us, and it will be our endeavor to continue to work with the membership and take the agenda and the mandate that our membership has given for supporting countries with their ambition on renewable energy deployment and also pursuing the efforts to take the agenda of the UAE consensus forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Director General. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2024-2025 as contained in document A/15/3 revised version 1? I hear no objections, so it is so decided. And this concludes our consideration of the agenda item 5. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Minister of Costa Rica to chair the next agenda item. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Franz Tattenbach. I am Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. And I would like to start by thanking the President of the Assembly for inviting me to preside over this session. I now invite the Assembly to turn to agenda item 6, General Member Statements, National Experience on the Energy Transition. Under this agenda item, members will be invited to share their national experience on priority actions and challenges related to the deployment of renewable energy and exchange views on issues related to the energy transition in the coming decade and beyond. On January 11th, the Secretary shared the preliminary speaker list. This preliminary list has been prepared based on the request received from the delegations wishing to take the floor under this agenda item, General Member Statements. Following these communications, I would like to kindly inform you that the additional requests for interventions under this agenda item were registered by the Secretariat. Delegations will be invited to deliver their national statements in the order in which the requests were received and based on international protocol precedents. I will now like to give the floor to delegations in the order of the speaker list provided by the Secretariat. In order to ensure the highest level of participation, the speakers are invited to limit their statements to three minutes, please. I will now give the floor to Slovenia.
Thank you, Vice President, Deputy Director General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Slovenia supports swift and decisive action against climate change and understands that renewable energy sources are the cornerstone of just and competitive energy transition and an effective way to reach long-term climate goals. When combined with robust grids and system integration, renewables can ensure a safe and sustainable energy supply for all. Making the planet's climate sound again, of course, is a global effort. While our potential and national circumstances may vary, we must and can all contribute to our collective goal. Slovenia therefore welcomes the overwhelming support for the outcome of the first global stocktake at COP28 to triple global renewable energy capacity by 2030 and transitioning away from fossil fuels in our energy systems. Now is the time to implement these goals. Fellow delegates, there is so much we can learn from each other.
Slovenia, for example, is encountering numerous challenges in renewable energy deployment, and solutions to resolve them can sometimes come from knowledge gained beyond our borders. Our land is rich and diverse nature, has rich and diverse nature, and we understand the need to conserve the biodiversity and healthiness of our picturesque ecosystems, and we take that seriously. Yet we firmly believe that finding balance between renewable energy exploitation and nature conservation, on the other hand, is possible and achievable. To overcome some of the challenges related to renewables deployment, Slovenia has recently taken significant steps forward in accelerating permitting procedures, enhancing financial mechanisms, and fostering public awareness of renewables' importance and benefits. We are now achieving a record growth in renewables, mainly, of course, at this point contributed to rooftop solar deployment. We have more than doubled our capacity in solar in the last 2 years. More than 1/3 of all our installed capacity, and that includes also the non-renewable capacity, is now photovoltaics. According to the last report of the Solar Europe, we are now among 10 European Union member states with the highest installed PV capacity per capita. Looking into the future, we have dedicated a notable increase in our renewable energy ambition by 2030 as well, in the recently adopted revised National Energy and Climate Plan. This follows, of course, a wider and common European Union policies to accelerate the transition to clean energy. In Slovenia, a small country with a limited global footprint, I often hear doubtful voices asking, what difference can we make as a small nation if other countries are not taking similar steps? I firmly believe everybody has to contribute, not matter how big or small. So let me conclude by again highlighting the need for broader collective action with the help of IRENA. Esteemed fellow delegates, let's seize this moment to unlock the vast global renewable energy potential, and let's utilize IRENA's capacity to help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slovenia. Now I would like to give the floor to Costa Rica. I'm going to change hats, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Costa Rica in this regard and read the statement as a head of delegation. Costa Rica is already in the second phase of its energy transition, and we already achieved the decarbonization of the supply side, and we are currently working now on the demand side. What we mean is that we have, for all purposes, energy matrix of about 3,200 megawatts, all of it mostly renewable, when at least in its production. Of course, we have some reserve capacity, which is fossil fuel. The country is committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2050, and its objective within the NDCs is en route to 2050 is to limit our emissions to 9 million tons of CO2 equivalent by 2030. Our per capita emissions are quite below 3 tons per capita. Our economy is very open to trade and foreign investment. The main economic activities include agro-industry, manufacturing, mainly medical devices and microchips, knowledge-based services, and tourism, with an increasing demand in energy, some of them. Our energy consumption includes most types of fossil fuels, electricity, as I already said, mostly renewable, and biomass for agricultural waste. The sector that consumes the most energy is transportation, which is electrifying at a very promising rate, but it still consumes fossil fuel and most of our fossil fuels, followed by the industry that consumes some fossil fuels, but in clear route of decarbonization by increasing consuming electricity as a source of energy. Our electricity is, as I mentioned, mostly renewable, and I give you a measure that I like to use instead of always saying that Costa Rica is almost 100% renewable. The new measure I like to expose is how many tons of CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour produced. We are at 26 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per ton of megawatt hour. I think this is some measure that we should adopt as an indicator of how renewable we're becoming. And because you're always going to use some backup of hydro, but this will tell you where you're going, of hydrocarbons. Our sources are quite diversified, I will say, but a little dependent on hydro, 69% hydro, 17% geothermal, 12% wind, and 2% biomass. We have been late in coming to the installed capacity of solar, so I was a little bit envious hearing Slovenia's statement of how much solar they have, but Costa Rica is in its way of investing now heavily into solar to bring it to maybe 8% of the installed capacity in solar. Our distributed energy is free to invest by home, businesses, and industry, and we have around probably 100 megawatts of installed capacity. We are expecting to increase our installed capacity, and this is one of the challenges of entering the second phase of the energy transition. Second phase of the energy transition not only includes the growth of the economy as it is, it includes when all capacity of fossil fuels renewing it to renewable, but it includes entering into the demand side, which means that new sectors which were not consuming energy, electrical energy before, are now going to start consuming energy. And this will bring, for give you an example, we are expecting a 25% increase in our total demand for electricity from here to 2030, which would amount to 900 megawatts. It's quite, yes, for a 25%, is quite a lot in just 6 years. And that is because we're entering into sectors that before did not use electricity. So it's not only the, that's a challenge, I would say. To fulfill this challenge, we have put new legislation in place to attract more private investment into the production of energy and renewable energy. Okay, how did we achieve the first transition, which also some lessons learned there? The first energy transition, and I don't want to abuse my time, but was a mixture of public sector investment in renewables, which had a renewable tendency, and already a regulation for the private sector that was strongly biased towards renewable. Actually, only renewable was permitted for the private sector to invest. That's how biased it was towards renewable in the last 20 years. Finally, I would like to say that interconnection in the Central American market is very, very important. As an example, we have heard earlier about how important is interconnection in the European Union market. Costa Rica is interconnected to 6 other countries, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Panama. We all share a market for electrical, and we're interconnected at a good capacity. We would like to expand this. We think renewables cannot grow unless you invest more in transmission and interconnectivity. It's critical for renewables because it increases the country energy security. And that's another challenge that you will have as you approach 100% dependency on renewables is the interconnectivity, because when it rains in Costa Rica, it might not rain in Nicaragua. When the sun is shining in this place, it might not be shining in the other. So interconnectivity is critical to renewable energy. Finally, international cooperation. We are aware of different needs and the energy transition, and especially the United Arab Emirates consensus, which we applaud that IRENA is becoming the custodian and tracker of progress toward this very, very necessary goal. We are committing of fulfilling our short-term goals and our UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, and the United Arab Emirates Consensus, which tripling of renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency. And we are very happy, as I said, that IRENA is becoming this, and we're very thankful to you, General Assembly, for the election this morning as Vice President. And I'm very happy, Costa Rica will be very happy to see the road forward with IRENA in this keeping the United Arab Emirates consensus, which is critical to achieve the 1.5 degrees Paris Agreement goal. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Namibia. We don't have. Is Namibia want to take the floor? So maybe we'll like to give the floor to Turkey, and we'll come back to Namibia.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, it's an honor to address you at this 15th Assembly session of the IRENA. Today, I'm pleased to share Turkey's achievements and ongoing efforts in advancing renewable energy, which are vital pillars of our national energy strategy and global commitments. Renewable energy sources, particularly solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal, constitute around 60% of our installed capacity, with the share of non-hydro renewables growing significantly over the past decade. Currently, Turkey ranks 5th in Europe and 11th globally in renewable energy installed capacity, reflecting our firm commitment to the global energy transition. We have identified renewable energy as the area of development and the area with the highest potential for our country until 2053, the date we set our net zero emission targets. For this reason, we will continue to support renewable energy projects in many different ways and methods, from small rooftop systems to large-scale projects. In line with our net zero target, we announced our ambitious renewable energy program until 2035. By 2035, we want to quadruple our installed solar and wind capacity, which is currently 31 gigawatt to 120 gigawatt, which means $80 billion of investment. With auctions of at least 2 gigawatts that we plan to hold every year, we aim to maximize our potential in solar and wind through international cooperation. To fully unlock the potential of renewables, Turkey is modernizing its electricity grid with a focus on flexibility, digitalization, and resilience. We have a target to provide Turkey a greener and more modern transmission network. In order to realize it, we all need to invest about $30 billion in power grids in the next 10 years. Improvement of local manufacturing is also an important factor contributing to our efforts for large-scale deployment of renewable energy. When we achieve our target investments, Turkey will be able to provide around 80% of its electricity from domestic and renewable sources by 2035. Turkey's energy transition is guided by a vision that combines sustainability, resilience, and inclusivity. In this shared journey toward a cleaner and more sustainable future, Turkey reaffirms its commitment to collaborate. Before concluding, I would like to stress that collaboration and access to finance are crucial to reach objectives of tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency. As discussed in today's panels, International finance institutions will play an important role in this journey. Without finance, we cannot reach the envisaged net zero targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Now, I would like to give the floor to Papua New Guinea.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Papua New Guinea, like all the distinguished IRENA members who have spoken before us, joins to show our support for this theme and its importance to our ongoing efforts to accelerate renewable energy transition at the domestic front and in support of global efforts. Mr. Vice President, in 2023, PNG provided an update, policies and legislative reforms, progress, and what we can do as a country to progress renewable energy implementation. Last year, we welcomed the first global stocktake that was concluded during the COP28 in Dubai, and how that assessment has guided most countries, including PNG, towards accelerating efforts domestically. The theme of this assembly reflects the ongoing challenge amongst all countries around the world, both developed and developing, when it comes to energy transition. We also acknowledge how difficult and challenging this will be for small island developing states in the Pacific, including PNG. As a country, PNG faces a lot of issues and challenges. Infrastructure and skills are amongst the most obvious. We continue to rely on our global trade and relationships with others to access the necessary products and services, including technology for energy. Mr. Vice President, PNG, like all other SEEDS members, rely heavily on energy for economic activities, including key ones like tourism, fisheries, agriculture, and not to mention general electricity generation and access for all other socio-economic activities. As a country, we share the similar plight of all other small island states in terms of weak and ailing power systems, the need for reskilling and upskilling of workers who will be able to transition into renewable energy jobs. We also acknowledge that amidst all this, our economy remains dependent on the country's continued effort to provide energy to its citizens. Reliable electricity supply for the entire country and economy stands as the key priority for our government. We know that non-renewable energy, including fossil fuel, is expensive, but we also lament the fact that renewable energy technologies and infrastructure remains an access challenge for most island states like PNG. Mr. Vice President, we have, for the last 2 years, progressed efforts to address our challenges. We recently passed a number of key regulations in the electricity sector and finalizing 5 different subsector energy policies, including hydro, solar, geothermal, wind, and bioenergy. We look forward towards these regulations and policies to provide reforms and improvement in our electricity and energy space. Real transformation will commence when we drive these regulations and policies. We also look forward to ensuring that these commitments are reflected in the next round of our nationally determined contributions submissions this year. We also seek to explore how carbon markets will assist us accelerate our decarbonization ambitions, in particular across sectors hard to abate, including the transport and mining industry. Accelerating a just energy transition in PNG will come with its own challenges, including access to appropriate technologies and financing. PNG welcomes the outcome of the COP29 renewed threshold for climate financing, which includes support towards renewable energy. In closing, PNG remains committed to its renewable energy goals and targets. Tripling renewable energy will depend on the collective effort of countries to collaborate seriously on technology development and deployment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea. Now I will give the floor to Eswatini. Eswatinini.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. IRENA President, Director General for IRENA, Excellencies, the Kingdom of Eswatini commends IRENA for the successful hosting of the 15th Assembly and would like to present our experiences on the energy transition. The development of the Kingdom of Eswatini's energy future is underpinned on several policies, plans, and strategies aligned with the universal principles and use of cleaner technologies, utilization of renewable energy, resources for power generation, and fostering demand-side management. Policies that have been developed for the energy sector include the National Energy Policy, which sets out the vision for the growth and reform of the Eswatini energy industry to align with sustainable economic growth, as well as betterment of people's livelihoods and well-being. This policy sets a target of achieving 50% renewable energy in the electricity mix as part of the country's national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Eswatini also has aligned with the UAE consensus of tripling renewable energy and doubling the improvement of energy efficiency by 2030. In line with these plans, the Kingdom of Eswatini is concluding the procurement of 75 megawatts of solar PV, as well as about 70 megawatts of biomass power plants to be developed by the private sector. Eswatini also exploring the potential for geothermal and is expanding the hydro power projects. We would appreciate IREN's support in these initiatives. We have submitted one of our hydropower projects at 23 megawatts for consideration under the Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform. We are hoping that the assessment of the project will be concluded soon. In line with the global goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050, the country has revised the National Energy Master Plan to match the transition time horizon. The new Energy Master Plan further identifies renewable energy technologies as the least cost option for the country to meet future electricity demands. We applaud ARENA and the International Atomic Energy Agency for their support in the development of our National Master Plan. Eswatini is also finalizing a number of regulatory instruments, which include the embedded generators, bylaws, and electricity wheeling framework in order to create an enabling environment for these thriving and leveling the ground for more players to come into the renewable space to improve electricity access through the use of renewable-based technologies. The country is exploring solar home systems and developing mini-grids. I thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eswatini, for your statement. Now I'd like to give the floor to San Marino.
The last one.
Mr. President, Mr. Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor, a privilege for me to take part in the 15th session of the IRENA Assembly. I wish to take the outgoing president of the 14th session of the IRENA Assembly and to congratulate Mr. Bojan Kumer, Minister of the Environment, Climate and Energy of the Republic of Slovenia. I would also like to thank Mr. Director General Francesco La Camera. The IRENA Assembly now has 170 members. It has become a major event for defining the future energy policies of the vast majority of countries around the world. It is clear to everyone that climate change requires important and timely decisions. The Republic of San Marino has already started a major process of ecological transition. The new government, which took office in 2024, wishes to give further impetus to this process. We wish to include energy policies among the main objectives of the government agenda. Indeed, we have We have added ecological transition to the responsibilities of the ministry which I lead. The Republic of San Marino believes that the international community must keep focusing closely on climate change. We also believe that the IRENA Assembly represents a focused response to pursue virtuous and sustainable energy policies. New technologies may also represent an extraordinary job opportunity for all workers. Indeed, with the emergence of new technologies and artificial intelligence, the labor market will also change. For example, some professions will not longer exist. Others will no longer be as we know them today. This is why we have a duty to take advantage of the opportunities arising from ecological transition. On the one hand, we must provide a concrete response to the issue of global warming. On the other hand, we must create the conditions for a conversion within the labor market. An energy plan that affects global policy can only be implemented through cooperation between countries. We are well aware of this. Mr. President, Mr. Director General, on behalf of the Republic of San Marino, I thank you again for inviting us to this important event. I hope that together we can achieve our goal as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, San Marino. Now we give the floor to Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation for the exceptional hospitality and the meticulous organization of this esteemed event. It is an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity once again to address this annual forum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the face of significant global changes within the energy sector, Bahrain's electricity and water sector is undergoing comprehensive transformation aimed at enhancing efficiency and sustainability. To keep pace with international best practices, Bahrain is fully restructuring its electricity and water sector, including establishing an independent regulatory body. This will ensure transparent governance, promote efficiency, and protect customers. Alongside the structural reforms, Bahrain electricity sectors are undergoing significant transformation aligned with the Kingdom's national sustainability goals. We are committed to Bahrain's goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2060. Our energy transition plan aims to increase renewable energy to 20% of our total generation by 2035. Utility-scale solar projects are already underway, where a new solar plant of around 100 megawatts is being built in the Dur area, and new areas are being identified for additional solar farms. However, with the challenge of limited land availability for traditional solar farms, we are exploring and studying the viability of other solutions, such as floating solar and wind farms, as well as considering alternative energy sources, including SMRs for long-term sustainability. Additionally, the Kingdom of Bahrain has actively promoted the adoption of rooftop solar for residential commercial customers. To date, approximately 280 projects have been completed, with a combined peak capacity of approximately 71 megawatts. Looking ahead, new projects are in the pipeline that are expected to add around 380 megawatts in peak capacity. In addition to increasing renewable energy generation, reducing carbon emissions also requires improving demand-side efficiency. Our Kafa'a program targets high energy-consuming buildings in both the public and private sectors in partnership with energy service companies. A pilot project demonstrated annual energy savings of 40%. These efforts not only lower customer bills by reducing electricity consumption and carbon emissions, but also help flatten demand during peak hours, reducing the need for additional generation capacity and delaying future investment in new power plants. Beyond these initiatives, we are adopting smart grid technologies, as well as studying feasibility of further expanding the GCC interconnector, which can currently handle 600 megawatts under normal conditions and up to 1.2 gigawatts in emergencies, ensuring a more resilient regional power supply. Bahrain is also phasing out older power-generating assets, replacing them with newer, more efficient plants. Bahrain is committed to building sustainable, efficient, and resilient energy infrastructure. Through innovation, investment in renewable technologies, and ongoing enhancements, we are not only meeting the challenges of today, but also securing the Kingdom's energy needs for generations to come. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for your attention and engagement. I eagerly anticipate our continued collaboration and the meaningful impact we can achieve together. Thank you once again, and I wish you all successful, inspiring IRENA Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahrain. Now I would like to give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Madam Deputy Director General. I have a huge echo on the, okay. Esteemed colleagues and honorable delegates, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to IRENA for this invaluable opportunity to come together and share expertise as we advance toward a global energy system that is renewable, affordable, and secure. And in this global energy system, offshore wind stands as a beacon of hope in the energy transition. It's offshore wind that is offering us a triple win solution, combating climate change, strengthening economies, and also enhancing energy independence. By harnessing the power of the wind, we can reduce dependence on external energy sources, bolster our autonomy, and also drive innovation and resilience across our economies. Belgium is a very small country. We only have 67 kilometers of coastline and a North Sea area that only covers 0.5% of our total surface. But this may seem an apparent limitation. We have turned this into a strength. And despite our size, Belgium is the second largest country in the world in offshore wind energy capacity per capita. Our vision is not a purely Belgian one. It extends beyond national borders. We have proudly aligned with the UAE consensus and the pledges made at COP28 to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency globally by 2030. These necessary commitments underscore the urgency of collaborative action, and they also reflect our shared responsibility to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. And as was already mentioned this morning, IRENA stands as a custodian to the implementation of the UAE consensus. The challenges we face are significant but surmountable. And through collaboration, innovation, and a shared sense of responsibility, we can transform these challenges into opportunities. We are small in size, but our ambitions are global. And we are proud to demonstrate that even a country with limited space can lead the way in offshore wind energy and can also inspire others to follow. And so together, we can build an interconnected, resilient, and sustainable energy system that drives the global transition to renewable energy and to support the 1.5 Paris degree targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belgium. We already advised about the eco issue, but if not, what we can do for now is deal with using this in the proper channel, like maybe, but we hope we can fix it. I'd like to give the floor now to Kiribati.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from the government and people of Kiribati to you all on this special occasion of the 15th session of IRENA Assembly. Kamna Plenary Mary, Salam Alaikum, and warm greetings to all. I take this opportunity on behalf of the government and people of Kiribati to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for their hospitality and hosting the meeting, and IRENA for the invitation to participate in this important assembly. I'd like to join other delegations in thanking the outgoing president for his successful term and congratulating the incoming president for assuming the president role for the 15th assembly. And I assure you of my delegation's full cooperation and support. Kiribati is a proud and active member of IRENA since 2011. We have benefited from participating in IRENA's programs and we applaud IRENA's leadership in our global effort to accelerate energy transition. The transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy is essential. So in Kiribati, where climate change poses an existential threat, the adoption of solar energy and other renewable technologies is essential. However, transitioning to renewable energy still remains a significant challenge for small island developing states, particularly a natural nation of Kiribati in the Pacific. We are grateful to ARENA for this support through various readiness assessment programs and developing the Kiribati integrated energy roadmap, which has set the strategic direction of Kiribati on energy transition and also facilitate funding support from our partners. We recognize the importance of global efforts toward energy transition, and the government of Kiribati remains committed to advancing these goals through concrete national actions. As part of our commitment, we have set ambitious renewable energy target in our Kiribati integrated energy roadmap 2017 to 2025. Our goal is by 2025, we would achieve 63% reduction in fossil fuel use through the adoption of renewable energy technologies in urban areas and 100% renewable energy coverage in rural areas. While these targets are ambitious, Kiribati has only achieved less than 50% of its renewable energy target due to the number of factors. Despite these challenges, my government, in cooperation with our partners, have ongoing projects in solar renewable energy in both rural and urban centers, which will increase our efforts to achieve 60 to 70% of renewable energy by 2027. As Kiribati continues its effort on transition to clean energy, we would like to ask and seek ARENA's continued support on review of national policy and legal framework and align with global energy trends and targets taking into account the context of the country. Deployment and capacity building programs for tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency. Mobilizing financing to accelerate energy transition through renewable energy investment and technology transfer. We look forward to deepening our engagement with ARENA and our partners to accelerate energy transition through clean, affordable, renewable energy solutions and energy efficiency. Together, through our shared vision and cooperation, we can accelerate the global energy transition and mitigate the impact of climate change to create a better future for all. In conclusion, may God bestow upon us all the Kiribati traditional blessings of the Maori, good health, the Rai, peace, and the Tapamo, prosperity to all. Ambassador, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Caribus. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Maldives.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. First, let me take the opportunity to thank IRENA and the government of UAE for excellent arrangements and hospitality. For small island development states such as Maldives, climate change remains one of the most pressing issues. Unless we take bold actions, we will be off track to reaching the 1.5 degrees goal. I reiterate our call to the global community to act now and secure the future for the people and the planet. Mr. President, IRENA has been instrumental since its inception in assisting member states to transform their energy sector, from enhancing awareness to knowledge sharing and improving the policy framework. The work of IRENA has been crucial. It is now time to take to the future and consider how we can consider and build on these achievements. To this end, it is crucial that the medium and long-term strategies of this agency be developed in a way that has an impact on the ground. We must look towards implementing on concrete actions. action that will not only improve the lives and livelihoods of our people, but also help us address the climate crisis we face today. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate IRENA for the establishment of an energy transition accelerator platform. I am confident that this platform will provide the necessary support to accelerate the implementation of ambitious renewable goals. Mr. President, in Maldives, we are committed to this ideal. At COP28, a little more than a year ago, our President, Dr. Muizu, announced an ambitious target of generating 33% of our electricity through renewable energy sources by 2028. When we made this announcement, our total installed renewable energy was 53 megawatts. Today, we have increased it to 70 megawatts, adding 17 megawatts in a little over a year. We are also at various stages of implementation of an additional 170 megawatts of renewable energy. Mr. President, we have very ambitious renewable energy targets, but reaching these goals will require international support and collaboration. We look forward to working with all partners as we transform our energy landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maldives. Now I'd like to give the floor to Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to thank Irina and our host, the United Arab Emirates, for their warm welcome and the very precise organization of this assembly. Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we first would like to thank Irina for its commitment alongside our country in order to pursue a sustainable future. This commitment has allowed Togo to take advantage of the Abu Dhabi Fund and to benefit from the support from Irina and to build the Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed solar plant, 100 megawatt. Distinguished guests, the world is faced with unprecedented climate challenges, and Africa, despite being a very small contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, is the continent that is experiencing the most severe impact. And this is the reason why His Excellency Mr. Faure reminded the parties of climate justice when he took the floor at the Second African Climate Summit alongside COP29. In view of this situation, Togo has decided to be proactive and to turn those challenges into opportunities, and our vision is quite clear. We want to make sure that there is a universal access to clean and affordable energy by 2030 in Togo. This is an imperative. It's important for climate and social justice. It's not just a political objective. And we have reached several significant milestones since. Our electrification rate has gone up from 50% in 2020 to 70% in 2024. We have launched innovative projects for mini solar power grids in our rural areas. We have strengthened our regulatory framework in order to attract private investments in the renewable sector or industry. This progress wouldn't have been made possible without the strong support provided by IRENA. Thanks to your technical advice and your capacity building support, we have reached those most important milestones. And let me share our vision for the future. We're going to have 50% of renewables in our energy mix by 2030, while tripling the demand and even the power supply capacity. We are going to deploy more than 100 mini grids in the rural areas, solar grids. We're also going to launch an ambitious training program in renewables. But we have to be realistic. In order to do this, we will need a continuous technical support and also major investment. This is why I am really calling upon more financial support from the international community. This energy transition is indispensable, and in Togo, we are convinced that renewables are the key for a sustainable and inclusive future. We're going to continue to work together with IRENA and all the partners all here today. Together, we're going to turn our commitments into concrete actions for the well-being of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Togo. I would now like to give the floor to the Gambia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. As an annual gathering of ARENA members, this assembly session is a period of reflection and review of the global developments in the renewable energy space. It has to be acknowledged that since the establishment of ARENA, significant achievements have been made in the field of renewable energy, including promotion and deployment of various renewable energy systems, especially large-scale renewable energy plants. Notwithstanding the apparent significant global investments in renewable energy, the world is still confronted with major challenges of energy access, energy security, high energy costs, and the high reality of climate change. To overcome these challenges, the international community needs to be mobilized to accelerate the global energy transition that can usher a sustainable and carbon-neutral global energy system. In terms of concrete implementation of renewable energy programs on the ground, the government and partners are doing their utmost best in the Gambia in the energy transition process by embracing and deploying renewable energy in the country's power supply system. In a bid to transform and modernize the Gambia's electricity subsector, the government, with support from the partners, developed a strategic electricity roadmap in 2021. The roadmap, which outlines the investment requirements of the electricity subsector in terms of both power generation, transmission, and distribution, seeks to achieve universal access to electricity by end 2025, integrate more renewable energy into the grid, and explore least cost and cleaner power generation options. With the implementation of the Gambia's electricity roadmap going on well, I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that the Gambia commissioned its first utility-scale photovoltaic power plant of 23 megawatts with 8 megawatts hour of battery storage system in March 2024. This is a very significant project for the country as it marks the beginning of major drive to decarbonize the country's electricity system, enhance the power generation mix, and contribute to the attainment of Gambia's national determined contributions. In addition to this first-scale utility-scale solar plant, Gambia has fully developed 150 megawatts regional solar park project, and the first phase of the project, that is a 50 megawatts project, is being tendered as an independent power producer project. Upon successful implementation of the phase of the project, the second phase of 100 megawatts would also be tendered to scale up. In the race against 2025 for universal electrification, it has become apparent that the Great Extension Project alone cannot provide the targeted objective. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Gambia. I would like to give the floor now to Nauru.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Irina and our host for the excellent arrangement and warm hospitality. I bring warm greetings from Nauru, a nation defined by vastness of its oceans and resilience of its people. For centuries, our ancestors thrived by living in harmony with nature, using sun, wind, and the ocean to sustain our livelihoods. Today, we seek to carry forward that legacy, leveraging modern renewable technologies to meet the challenges of the 21st century. In Nauru, we have embraced renewable energy not just as a necessity, but as an opportunity to redefine our energy future. One of the proudest achievements
is the 6 megawatt PV farm, which will provide 50% of our energy needs and reduce diesel imports. The launch of our first 2 electric buses last month marked a significant milestone in our energy transition. This event highlighted the tangible benefits of renewable energy, bringing cleaner, quieter, and more efficient transportation to our people. With plans to add 8 more buses, we are advancing towards our goal of 20% electric vehicles by 2030, showcasing the potential of renewables to transform sectors beyond electricity generation. Another example of our commitment is our community-based energy efficiency campaign, which has helped households save on energy costs while reducing demands on our grid. These initiatives demonstrate our dedication to achieving our national targets, which are 75% renewable energy in power generation, 20% of vehicle transitioning to electric by 2030, and 30% energy savings through efficiency improvements. These efforts complement our High Ground initiative, an ambitious urban development plan to migrate homes and vital infrastructure away from vulnerable coastal areas to the more secure interior of the island. Together, renewable energy and climate-smart urbanization are transforming our island. For small island developing states like ours, renewable energy is more than just a solution to climate change. It is a lifeline. Rising sea levels and intensifying storms threaten not just our infrastructure, but our existence. At the same time, our economies remain burdened by the high cost of fossil fuel imports. Transitioning to renewable energies is essential for building resilience, ensuring energy security, and fostering sustainable development. While our ambitions are clear, achieving them requires collaboration. We are grateful for the support IRENA and the international community in advancing pre-feasibility studies of renewable energy projects. However, we need to go further. Today, I call on this Assembly to prioritize financing mechanisms tailored to the realities of small island nations. We need accessible, predictable funding to scale up proven technologies like solar and battery storage, while exploring innovative solutions like eco-wave technology and ocean thermal energy conversion. Our energy transition must also be inclusive. This is why we are investing in training programs to build local expertise and create opportunities for our youth. We also aim to ensure that women play a central role in our energy transition, from policy making to project implementation. As we gather here in Abu Dhabi, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to tripling global renewable energy capacity by 2030. For Nauru, this is not just a goal, it is a necessity for our survival and our prosperity. We are ready to play our part, but we cannot do it alone. Let us work together to turn ambition into action and ensuring a sustainable and resilient future for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Nauru. Now I'd like to give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Mr. President, Mr. Director General, ministers and other officials. At the outset, I wish to thank IRENA and the government of the United Arab Emirates for their warm hospitality as I participate in this 15th Assembly. According to the Global Climate Risk Index, Antigua and Barbuda, like other SIDS, is particularly vulnerable and ranked among those most adversely affected by climate-related disasters, despite our minimal contribution of less than 1% to global emissions. With a population whose livelihoods are intricately linked to our environment, it is imperative that we adopt resilient practices to adapt to these changes. In an effort to address climate change and other impacts faced by small island developing states, Antigua and Barbuda hosted the 4th SIDS conference earlier last year, during which the international community adopted the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, otherwise called the ABAS. The ABIS outlines a series of measures to build SID's resilience with renewable energy at its core. It emphasizes the need for access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, particularly renewable energy. For SIDS and advocates for urgently supporting investments and partnerships to fulfill SID's bold, ambitious renewable energy targets for the next decade. Antigua and Barbuda depends heavily on imported fossil fuels, making energy expenses volatile and expensive. Transitioning to 100% renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind power, will transform our energy landscape, allow for economic growth, and lead to significant emissions reductions. Antigua and Barbuda aims to not only partake in this global movement, but also to champion the change within SIDS, aligning with targets of 47% renewable energy generation by 2027 and 86% renewable energy generation by 2040. Locally, initiatives such as the Barbuda Solar Power Project represent significant stride towards integrated renewable power systems. Such projects are essential in our journey to energy independence, aiming to reduce energy costs by up to 30% and improve energy security. Additionally, we have launched an EV and hybrid vehicle task force to further expand and develop EV policies and oversee the just transition from traditional vehicles to 100% electric vehicles for the government fleet, and a push for the private sector to move in a similar direction. This task force is further complemented by the Sustainable Low Emission Island Mobility SLIM project, which has an electric bus and electric people mover pilot project on the way. SLIM will also deploy electric vehicle chargers across the island and facilitate the installation of 150 kilowatt solar power carport at the Civic Vintage Stadium. In Antigua, we are advancing renewable energy adoption through projects that involve installing renewable energy systems in a number of schools and government buildings. Our broader goal is to ensure that 100% of schools and clinics are fully powered by renewable energy and homes are equipped with renewable energy systems. To support this transition, training will be provided at technical institutions for technicians, electricians, and students on installing solar systems. This initiative is vital as it not only accelerates our shift to renewable energy, but also builds the knowledge and capacity necessary for sustained growth in the sector. Through this initiative, Antigua and Barbuda has potential to become a hub in the OECS for technical expertise on renewable energy installation and maintenance. My government is committed to implementing robust policies that foster renewable energy expansion. This commitment includes incentives for renewable installations, partnerships with international stakeholders, and educational programs to drive innovation and awareness. The Department of Environment is also working to reduce the costs and logistical challenges of renewable energy systems for citizens by purchasing solar panels, inverters, and battery storages in bulk. These items can be sold at significantly reduced prices, making clean energy solutions more accessible and affordable. Furthermore, the resilience and future of Antigua and Barbuda depend on building a collaborative approach that involves every sector of society. I call upon all stakeholders and international allies to join us in this endeavor. By working together, we can harness renewable energy to power our nation sustainably, preserving our natural beauty and resources for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Now the next speaker gives the floor to Fiji.
Thank you, Excellencies, President, Vice President, Arena Director General, honorable members of the Assembly. Greetings to all of you. It is a great pleasure to present here as an honorable minister responsible for energy to be part of our 15th Assembly meeting. I'm happy to hear from the country representatives in how they're accelerating with the implementation of renewable energy. Thank you. I'd like to thank Arena for its support and commitment to member countries, including Fiji, for the assistance and support that have been rendered to date. I'm delighted to note that the ARENA has increased its capacity to the needs of the regions, such as technical assistance and creating funding provisions for countries to speed up transformation to renewable energy. The collaborative approach from ARENA member countries will enhance our energy security and sustainable development strategies and reinforce our commitment to climate actions. Fiji set an overarching target towards the fight against climate change and desire at least 100% renewable energy by 2036, for the reduction of 10% of GHG emissions by 2030, net zero emission by 2050. And we have recently reviewed our national energy policy, electrification policy to address challenges in the energy sector, such as energy security resilience, energy access and equity, energy sustainability, and efficiency and energy governance. In terms of assistance from ARENA, we are nearing completion of a gap analysis of our Electricity Act. This study will help the government to identify areas which require attention to allow more private sector participation, accelerating renewable energy through independent power producers, and also resolve areas where there is duplication and other costly arrangements which affect efficiency. The cost of capital investment in the energy sector is increased significantly. Rising cost of materials, delayed manufacturing, high cost of landing fee, non-supply raw materials. Of course, in terms of brain drain, these are issues we are facing. And of course, diesel prices, the high cost of electric generation in our islands is a big issue. However, with unpredictable trends in energy markets, especially with supply chain issues, government's effort in pursuit of renewable energy transition and climate change mitigation continues. I therefore encourage all our member countries to have a strong partnership with ARENA and support its multilateral engagement as we move forward, especially in innovative financial assistance and the approach we need to make. In this regard, I reiterate in this forum the challenges faced by small island developing states such as Fiji: small sizes, isolation, limited resources, vulnerability to natural disasters such as cyclones. I acknowledge the process of the Loss and Damage Fund in COP28 and 29 with commitments of in excess of 750 million, even though this figure represents about 0.2% of seed needs. It is significant that COP29 has shifted the focus to operationalization in order so that we move forward and enhance renewable energy and the transition process. With those few words, I wish the Assembly a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiji. I would like to give the floor now to Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you.
In the name of God, I start. Your Excellency, the President, members of the delegations of ARENA, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Egypt believes that clean energy is the way to achieve sustainable development, protection of the environment, and guaranteeing a better future for the future generation. This is very much in line with the objectives of the United States, of the United Nations, to have a reasonably costed energy. Egypt has taken very good steps in the field of deploying the renewable energy with the aim of having clean energy that represents 42% of the overall energy generated in 2030 and 65% in 2040, with the continuous support from the political leadership and capitalizing on our geographical location and our rich natural resources that provide good opportunities for projects of renewable energy from different sources through building more energy generating facilities. This is in addition to providing the legislative framework in order to implement the projects in the field of renewable energy. Egypt now is an attractive destination for investments. Egypt they has several renewable energy projects, one of the biggest projects in the MENA region, with support from the private sector. By the end of 2025, we will have about 10,000 megawatt from solar and wind energy, and about 2,850 megawatt of batteries. And by the end of 2029, we want to reach 20 megawatt of renewable green and clean energy that includes 2,400 megawatt of storage. This will contribute to creating also new job opportunities and activating and giving forward more economic progress. Egypt endeavors to become a regional center of energy that links Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Thanks of its geographic location, we have projects for linkages with Sudan, Libya, and Jordan, and also some projects in the pipeline with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be fully operational this year. And we want to link the European countries between Egypt and Italy, and another project between Egypt and Greece. We look at the climate change and its impact on the countries of the world. We are vulnerable to the climate changes and the higher temperature, and we are fully committed to decrease our carbon footprint. There are some projects such as the Mawafi project to generate 5 megawatt of traditional energy and to implement investments with about 10 billion US dollar of these projects. Ladies and gentlemen, we highlight the role of IRENA as a partner in calling upon all donors to implement projects and to support countries, especially the COP27 and COP28 and COP29 held in Azerbaijan. Within the framework of these conferences, there has been a very good work. We would like to conclude by addressing IRENA with our thanks for all the efforts exerted in order to shift towards clean energy. I would like also to thank the host country, the United Arab Emirates. Thank you and Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Egypt. I now like to give the floor to China.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, dear colleagues. In the last year, China has been steady in promoting the green and low-carbon transformation of its energy sector and strengthening international cooperation. Energy consumption needs have been effectively guaranteed. The level of energy services for the people has continued to improve, and the clean energy industry has maintained rapid growth. Regarding policy governance, we have just promulgated and implemented the Energy Law, which has been summarized and condensed after years of legislative process of combining theory with practice in China's energy industry. The law coordinates energy accessibility, security, and transformation, establishes a clean, efficient, diversified, and coordinated energy supply system. Green Power Certificate System is fully implemented. Green certificates are issued for all renewable energy power. The scale of China's green certificate transactions and application are constantly expanding. In renewable energy deployment in 2024, we accelerated the construction of wind power and photovoltaic power to the tune of 300 million kilowatts, maintaining a strong momentum of leading global renewable energy deployment. Photovoltaic power exceeded 1.35 billion kilowatts, achieving the goal China promised at the UN Climate Ambition Conference 6 years ahead of schedule. In the areas of innovation and development, we have implemented major scientific and technological innovation plans such as smart grid, energy storage, and hydrogen energy. We have successfully connected the first 18 megawatt offshore wind turbine
and 300 megawatt compressed air energy storage to the grid. First 26 megawatt offshore wind turbine is offline. We have also upgraded the distribution network, optimized regulation capacity of the power system, and built a total of 60 million kilowatts of new energy storage. We continue to improve the grid's ability to penetrate, configure, and regulate clean energy and achieve safe and reliable grid operation. Moving forward, China will coordinate the construction of large-scale renewable energy bases and distributed local development and utilization. We will accelerate the construction of a new power system that can adapt to large-scale, high-proportion access and transmission of new energy, accelerate the application of renewable energy substitution, developing new infrastructure such as 5G base stations and data centers with renewable energy. To this, we will increase technological innovation, promote hydrogen energy, etc. This will mean the expansion of green electricity certificates and international cooperation, create a policy that is conducive to green electricity consumption. Dear colleagues, China is prepared to work with the international community to build an open, fair, and non-discriminatory energy environment to promote knowledge, experience sharing, as well as practical project cooperation based on our experience and expertise, so as to contribute more to promoting global energy transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, China. Namibia, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Director General, Namibia extends gratitude to ARENA for its continued commitment to advancing renewable energy globally, especially under the challenging conditions of the past year. We commend the efforts of the Secretariat in maintaining the momentum towards a sustainable energy future. As a country endowed with some of the world's richest renewable resources, Namibia is steadfast in its commitment to achieving a clean energy transition. Guided by our national energy policy, national renewable energy policy, and the integrated resource plan, we are pursuing ambitious goals to enhance energy security, universal access, and regional collaboration. Our ongoing projects reflect this commitment as Namibia aims to achieve 70% renewable energy supply by 2030. Several key initiatives are nearing completion, and new projects will be launched in early 2025. These efforts highlight our determination to harness the potential of solar, wind, and biomass for diversified energy mix. Namibia's electrification strategy underscores inclusivity. By 2040, we aim to provide electricity to more than 450,000 households through a balanced approach of grid and also off-grid solutions. This will bridge energy access gaps, particularly in unserved rural areas, ensuring that no Namibian is left behind in this energy transition. We are equally proud of our strides in green hydrogen development, which positions Namibia as a key player in Africa's energy landscape. Supported by a robust roadmap and partnership with international stakeholders like Hive and Hydrogen Agency, we aim to leverage our competitive advantage in producing green hydrogen for both domestic use and for export. This initiative will not only drive economic growth, but also contribute to global decarbonization efforts. However, challenges remain. The global energy transition requires innovative financing mechanisms and international cooperation. Namibia appreciates ARENA's support in fostering collaboration and capacity building amongst its members. We encourage continued focus on policy advisory and facilitating investment in regions with high renewable energy potential. In conclusion, Namibia reaffirms our commitment to renewable energy development and regional cooperation. Together, through platforms like ARENA, we can achieve a just and sustainable energy sustainable for the benefit of all. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Namibia. Now I'd like to give the floor to Kenya.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Republic of Kenya. We commend IRENA for its continued leadership in advancing the global energy transition agenda. Kenya is committed to the Paris Agreement and its ambition of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We are equally dedicated to fully implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG number 7, which aims to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. In alignment with these commitments, we are implementing our Energy Transition and Investment Plan, which outlines a clear roadmap for scaling up renewable energy deployment, enhancing energy efficiency, and ensuring universal access to clean cooking. Renewable energy is at the heart of our transition efforts. Currently, over 93% of our electricity generation comes from renewable energy sources, such as geothermal, hydro, wind, and solar. We are accelerating investment to achieve 100% clean energy grid by the year 2030, further reducing our carbon footprint and strengthening our energy security. In parallel, Kenya is making strides in energy efficiency with initiatives to optimize energy use in households, industries, buildings, and transport. These efforts are complemented by innovative financing mechanisms to attract private sector investment in efficient technologies. Universal access to clean cooking is a cornerstone of our Sustainable Development Goals through policies that promote bioethanol, electric cooking, and other clean solutions. Kenya aims to eliminate reliance on traditional biomass fuels, reducing indoor air pollution, and improving the well-being of millions of our households. To facilitate our target of universal access to clean cooking by the year 2030, we have articulated our strategies and roadmap in various strategic documents, including the Kenya National Cooking Transition Strategy, Kenya National Electric Cooking Strategy, and the Bioenergy Strategy. In addition, Kenya is finalizing the drafting of the National Energy Policy 25 to 2034, which aims to provide a comprehensive framework for the development, utilization, and management of energy resources. The policy's overarching objective is to ensure affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy for all while supporting the country's energy transition efforts. By integrating renewable energy, energy efficiency, and clean cooking into the core strategies, the policy will serve as a blueprint for achieving our long-term energy climate goals. Our progress reflects the power of partnerships, both domestic and international. We invite global stakeholders to collaborate with us in achieving our energy transition goals, which contribute not only to climate action, but also to inclusive socio-economic development. Together, let us forge a sustainable energy future that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Now, the Dominican Republic has the floor.
Estimados representantes, delegados.
Dear representatives, delegates, and participants, we gather today at this important international assembly to address one of the most pressing challenges of our era, i.e. the transition towards a sustainable energy future. On behalf of the Dominican Republic, we present our vision, commitment, and progress in the development of renewable energy as an essential pillar for the economic development and environmental sustainability of our country. The Dominican Republic has ratified international agreements such as the Paris Agreement, consolidating its commitment to reduce carbon emissions and promote the use of clean energy sources. In line with these commitments, Law 57/07 on incentives for the development of renewable energy sources was enacted, which encourages investment through tax incentives and a favorable regulatory environment. In addition, the National Development Strategy establishes as a goal that at least 25% of the energy generated in the country should come from renewable sources by this year, 2025. This country is part of the initiative RELAC that was created in 2019 during the Summit of Climate Action before the Secretary General of the United Nations. In the face of this initiative, the Dominican Republic was committed with the goal of attaining a 30% of penetration by 2030. This underlines the determination to lead the energy transition in the region, aligning our efforts with the Sustainable Development Goals. Over the recent years, the Dominican Republic has made remarkable progress in diversifying its energy matrix. As a result of the strategy undertaken to promote the energy transition, we went from an electricity generation capacity with renewable sources of 588 megawatts, or 9% in 2020, to 1,396 megawatts, equivalent to 22% by the end of 2024, which accounts for a growth of over 137% in 4 years. In addition, the country has more than 460 megawatts installed on rooftops of residences, businesses, and industries for self-consumption. This progress is the result of strategic policies that include tax incentives, transparency, legal certainty, and the elimination of bureaucratic barriers, thus creating a favorable environment, investment, and development of sustainable projects. The Dominican Republic is determined to lead the transition towards renewable energies in the Latin American and Caribbean region, with significant progress in the adoption of clean energy technologies, with the incorporation of 27 new renewable energy parks that will contribute with 1,567 megawatt to the national energy system. Finally, we'd like to thank, on behalf of the Dominican Republic, the opportunity to convey our vision in such a momentous assembly, and we reaffirm our commitment with sustainable development around the world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, República Dominicana. Now I would like to give the floor to...
Thank you, Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, first of all, let me express my deep gratitude to the agency for its resolute commitment to advancing our shared objective. On 2024, we had the privilege and the responsibility to lead the G7 in a challenging time. In this framework, we enforce our commitments on climate, energy, and environment while launching tangible initiative aimed at promoting energy transition and sustainable development, with a special focus on Africa. Among these, I would like to mention Energy for Growth in Africa and the G7 Adaptation Accelerator Hub. In the energy sector, in order to reach COP28 GST outcomes and Paris Agreement's goal under Italian presidency, G7 countries committed to phase out existing unabated coal power generation in energy system by 2035, in line with their net zero pathways, and to set a global goal for energy storage in the power sector. IRENA played a key role to support the Italian G7 presidency, delivering 3 crucial reports with the financial contribution of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Italy is working to consolidate its role of energy hub for Europe and to become a bridge between Europe and Africa. In particular, we have launched the Mattei Plan for African countries, based on mutually beneficial partnership allocating around 5.5 billion euros. We are also committed to develop energy infrastructure between Africa and Italy based on renewables and green and low-carbon hydrogen. In the renewable energy sector, we will update our national energy and climate plan, setting the objective to reach 131 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030, also through the increase of 363% in photovoltaic sector compared to 2021, even higher than the tripling global RES target. In the partnership with IRENA, we are pleased to launch the second phase of I-ACT initiative already announced to the COP29. Italy believes in the role of the youth and is actively investing in their education, not just to prepare them to the future challenges, but to enable them to become real protagonists of the change. To conclude, IRENA represents an essential partner to identify sectorial needs and potential targets, supporting countries in reaching such challenging action. It is therefore essential to ensure IRENA a stable, effective and shared governance that enables the agency to advance its work and achieve its goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Italy. Now, Saudi Arabia has the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam.
Yeah, in the name of God, Almighty, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, may God's blessings be upon you all. First of all, we would like to congratulate Slovenia for heading the 15th Assembly, and also Costa Rica, UAE, and Turkey as vice presidents for the 15th Assembly. Also, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses their gratitude and thanks to the UAE for hosting the 15th Assembly for IRENA. We would like to extend also our thanks to the Director General Francesco La Camera and the IRENA for all the efforts that they have deployed globally. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia affirms its support to IRENA in order to be able to implement all joint goals. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia focuses a lot on the renewables in order to achieve their promising goals by 2030 and reach the carbon neutrality by 2060. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is committed to be a role model and to benefit from the carbon circular economy to spread the use of clean energy. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is keen on working with all partners and stakeholders to build the renewable energy sector, adopt the required policies, and empower it globally. Also, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, based on the vision that it has adopted, we have been working on having the best energy mix to increase the percentage of using renewable energy in the energy mix to reach 50% by 2030, which will contribute, God willingly, to have more economic benefits, help the kingdom to reduce the emissions on annual basis. Saudi Arabia is working on developing a number of renewable energy projects that reach 44 gigawatt, and all projects are in pipeline. We had been able to connect 6.6 gigawatt, and we have 16.4 gigawatt for the total. We will have 20 gigawatt additional on annual basis to achieve this target. We have also connected 2 gigawatt to the electric grid for storing energy, and we can see that we are working on increasing all these targets by 2030 and to use renewables. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has launched the geographic survey that gives us accurate, credible data, enabling us to know which projects are eligible for financing, which will reduce the cost for the developers, will help the the companies, and this is the first project of its kind for being able to cover a big geographic space to know how much we have solar energy, wind energy. Till now, more than 150 renewable energy observatory have been installed. This project will allow us to implement further renewable energy projects where this project affirms the commitment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be able to meet its promises when it comes to using renewables and clean energy. At the end, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia delegate extends their thanks for all the delegates, and we are looking forward to cooperate with the region and the world via IRENA, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Now, the Brunei, Dar es Salaam has the floor, and then followed by the Russian Federation.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, Mr. Vice President Che. First and foremost, I will express our utmost gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for hosting and the exemplary hospitality extended to us. Also commend IRENA's leadership and thank IRENA for the kind invitation to participate in this important gathering. For Brunei Darussalam, energy transition is a strategic and economic necessity. As an oil and gas producing nation, we recognize that transitioning towards a lower carbon energy system can further safeguard our national energy security, which is critical to our economic growth. In line with Brunei Vision 2035, which aspires to build a dynamic and sustainable economy driven by diversification away from oil and gas, an integrated and diversified energy supply is crucial to meet growing energy demand and propel economic development. This will necessitate a transformation in our energy landscape to ensure sustainability and resilience. Currently, Brunei Darussalam's power system is 99% gas-based, with renewable energy contributing to less than 1% of the overall installed capacity. In 2025, we are committed to increase this share by 15-fold, with a long-term target of achieving at least 30% by 2035. To realize these goals, we are prioritizing the development of large-scale solar installations, the widespread implementation of rooftop solar system, and the advancement of cross-border hydropower interconnection projects from neighboring states, as well as adoption of emerging technologies, including hydrogen power generation system. As we pursue growth in renewables, we recognize the pertinent needs to accelerate grid upgrades and modernization. Thus, we are collaborating with an international partner in integrating a utility-scale solar with an energy storage system. As a signatory to the Paris Agreement, Brunei Darussalam is committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2030. While Brunei Darussalam contributes only 0.02% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, the country remains committed to play its role in addressing the climate change challenges. This shall be achieved through our energy transition strategy, which focuses on balancing energy security, economic growth, and decarbonization initiatives in alignment with other key national policies such as the Brunei Economic Blueprint and Brunei National Climate Change Policy. In 2023, Brunei Darussalam has achieved a notable reduction of 15% in greenhouse gas emissions to 14 million tons from 16.7 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Mr. Vice President Che, to further support these initiatives, Brunei Darussalam has launched the Green Building Project under the National Development Plan Program, dedicated to drive the large-scale adoption of sustainable and efficient energy system in the government facilities to demonstrate the government's leadership in driving energy transition. In parallel, we are enhancing our renewables energy ecosystem, which focuses on governance, regulatory improvements, capacity building, and fostering collaboration. Domestically, collaboration between His Majesty government and the industrial sectors and the society have been key in driving the renewable uptake. By creating a more investor-friendly environment, we aim to attract more foreign and domestic investments, stimulate economic growth, facilitate and accelerate our transition to a lower carbon energy future. Public-private partnerships are central to these efforts, exemplified by Brunei Darussalam's recent implementation of large-scale utility-scale solar project through this collaborative model. Mr. Vice President Che, Brunei Darussalam recognizes the importance of collaboration at all levels. Through ASEAN and global partnerships, including with IRENA, We are committed to knowledge sharing, capacity building, and joint initiatives that accelerate renewable energy adoption. Accelerating the renewable energy transition is shared responsibility that requires collective vision, innovative solutions, and decisive actions. Brunei Darussalam reaffirms its commitment to this endeavor in shaping a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous energy future. Thank you, Mr. President Chair.
Thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Now the Russian Federation has the floor.
Dear Deputy President, dear participants, I would like to express our gratitude for the support of IRENA's work on the international development of renewable energy with the participation of the Russian Federation. And also, we support the balanced, non-politicized approach to coordinate the efforts of countries in terms of energy transition. Unfortunately, sometimes the platform of IRENA, which is a purely international organization, is sometimes being used for politicized statements against the Russian Federation. We believe that such conduct of some countries is not acceptable and is not in line with the spirit of cooperation that has been expressed by the members of this assembly. The Russian Federation has contributed to the task of reducing greenhouse emissions, and we're moving towards energy transition. And this is backed by the governmental decisions. We have already approved long-term plan for the construction of renewable energy facilities. According to this plan, our solar and wind power capacities will be quadrupled by 2042. And at the same time, in the short term, the development of renewable energy sources is already accelerating in the areas of high priority growth, where there is the highest demand for electricity, that is in the territories of Siberia and in the far east of the Russian Federation. This is good dynamics, and the Russian system of confirmation of low carbon electricity sources is showing good dynamics. We have already registered 33 gigawatts of generation, and we have registered 126 wholesale market participants. We call upon the IRENA member countries to join our system. Also, we have launched the National Registry of Carbon Units, which registers climate projects that aim at reducing or preventing greenhouse gas emissions. Also, this register is aiming at increasing the absorption of such emissions. And at the same time, we claim that the implementation of a just energy transition should be in line with the SDG number 7. First and foremost, ensuring universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. It is important for us to develop a technologically neutral approach to assessing the degree of readiness of national energy systems for the energy transition, while maintaining a diversity of fuel types, including nuclear energy. But also, we need to focus on developing a sufficient number of baseload and balancing capacities along with the renewables. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. Now we have Germany, followed by Angola.
Dear colleagues, 10 years ago, we all agreed the Paris Agreement together. It was a diplomatic masterstroke. Since then, we have made great strides and adopted the Dubai Consensus. Our hosts today have paved the way for the consensus to double efficiency, triple renewables, and a path of transformation away from fossil fuels. The year before, we had about 500 gigawatt of renewable energy additions worldwide, and 85% of all new power plants worldwide are renewables, mostly market-driven. This is a remarkable progress. But on the other hand, there are unfortunately also dynamic developments in terms of loss and damage. Munich Re, one of the major reinsurance companies, calculated the losses worldwide last year at $320 billion. Less than half of this is insured. The remaining costs are borne by public budgets or the insured parties. This is a huge sum, far more than has been collected in the fund for loss and damage to date. And on the other hand, we need this money to invest in the future. We will therefore also have to discuss the liability of fossil fuels producing companies for these enormous losses. The presidency today mentioned the need for a just transition and climate justice. He also mentioned energy poverty and energy access as important points of success. This is a crucial point. The expansion of renewable energy capacity as well as improving our energy efficiency rate is a core element of our strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions both in Germany and the European Union, and to fulfill our climate targets and energy security to ensure a competitive economy. With the comprehensive energy policy decisions, the German government set the course to accelerate the energy transition and the build-out of the corresponding infrastructure. This puts us on track to reach Germany's legally binding target of reaching net zero by 2045. In 2024, renewables made up almost 60% of our electricity generation. This process will guide the development of the 2035 NDC of the EU in early 2005. The question is what works? Targets and long-term planning, favorable framework conditions and policies, accelerating permitting. I would like to underline the urgency of reliable framework conditions to finance this investment. What that means: first, grid access and fair remuneration. Second, flexible grid operation that utilizes variable renewable electricity. And third, electricity prices for consumers must cover the costs. In countries with high interest rates or high inflation, we need instruments to mitigate investment risk, whether real or perceived. This could, for example, be guarantee payments from public development banks. To pull the upcoming, if we pull together, we can make great strides. Thank you for listening, and see you all in Berlin for Energy Transition Dialogue on 18th and 19th of March.
Thank you very much. Germany, now Angola has the floor, followed by Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Angola, I express our deep satisfaction in addressing to this distinguished assembly. I extend our gratitude to United Arab Emirates for hosting the 15th Assembly and marking the 5th World Energy Transition Day. Angola calls for a fair and balanced energy transition, emphasizing the responsibility of more advanced nations to materialize the adequate financing and technological support. We stand firmly behind the decisions made at COP21 in Baku, especially the commitment to the new global finance goals aimed at supporting developing countries in building low carbon economies. Our energy transition is not just a response to climate challenges, but also a pathway to technological scaling, economic growth, poverty reduction, and regional stability. Despite significant challenges, Angola has made remarkable progress in transforming its energy matrix. Over the past 9 years, our installed electrical capacity has increased from 2,356 megawatts in 2015 to 6,319 megawatts in 2024. Around 64% from renewable sources, among which hydropower 60% and solar photovoltaic 4%. This demonstrates Angola's commitment in advancing a cleaner and more resilient energy future, with the installed capacity increasing from 6.3 gigawatts to more than 9 gigawatts by 2027. Fossil fuel reliance has dramatically decreased, with thermal generation declining from 61% in 2015 to 36% in 2024. Our notable projects including, among others, Kapanda 520 megawatts, Kambambu 960 megawatts, Lauka 2,000 megawatts, Kakul Kabasa 2,170 megawatts. There are 7 photovoltaic plants across the country which contribute 370 megawatts DC, reducing annual carbon emission by 12 million tons and saving nearly 4 million tons of fossil fuel annually. Excellencies, this transformation goes beyond generating electricity. It transforms lives. These efforts are creating jobs, fostering economic growth, and building resilience in communities across Angola. Looking ahead, the energy sector action plans 2023-2027 and Angola's long-term agenda 2015 outline an ambitious path forward. Excellency, just to end, ladies and gentlemen, Angola recognizes that the energy transition is not a task for governments alone. It requires collaboration between the public and private sector, financial institutions, and intergovernmental organizations. To this end, Angola has undertaken reforms to create a legal framework that empowers independent energy producers to operate competitively in the energy market. These reforms ensure Angola is an attractive and reliable partner for investors. We invite stakeholders to work with us in Angola. This is a time for bold action. Together we can ensure a cleaner, more resilient and prosperous world for future generations. I would like to underline Angola's commitment to the previous COP's resolutions and resilient projects policies for a more sustainable use of the natural resources. Thank you very much. Muy благодарим всем.
Thank you very much, Angola. Now Switzerland has the floor, followed by Marshall Islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. First of all, let me thank Director General La Camera and the whole staff of the Secretariat for the work accomplished over the past year. Switzerland also wishes to express its consideration to the United Emirates for hosting us and welcoming foreign delegation in such a distinguished setting. For some of us, our General Assembly might seem like a routine event. However, we must bear in mind that our action to promote the development of renewable energies is relentless in our own countries and worldwide. Forces against the scientific proven facts are growing. The voices are louder than ever. Climate change is being questioned. Intermittency of renewable, mostly wind and solar, is being used as an argument against the energy transition. Green hydrogen is being judged as an unaffordable, and some say a dream of techno-optimists. In front of this disinformation challenge, the Assembly must stay united. The intelligence work done by the Secretariat is more crucial than ever. We governments need the reports and the data generated by our agency. This is the base of our consensus and the credibility of our work. No one can escape from the negative effects of climate change, even in the richest countries. Concretely, a rise of 1 degree Celsius worldwide means a temperature rise of 2 degrees in Switzerland due to our alpine landscape. The melting of the glaciers, the massive landslide in our mountains, displacement of population of mountain villages are happening, accelerating in frequency and strength. In this context, Switzerland would like to commend IRENA to enhance and implement for more than 101 countries the NDCs for the Paris Agreement. We see this as a proof of the recognition for IRENA expertise and services. Nevertheless, Switzerland also attaches great importance to a coherent multilateral governance, We therefore would like to stress the importance of enhancing this cooperation with existing institutions and frameworks, like the COP conferences, other UN agencies, regional organizations, and for us, very importantly, with the International Energy Agency, the IEA. In this respect, the mandate to deliver on the UAE consensus is the best opportunity for IRENA to demonstrate its leadership and skills. For Switzerland, it is important that IRENA continues to prioritize its work in favor of the energy transition for countries that needs support the most. This is a major equity issue, and Switzerland stays behind this mandate of IRENA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. Marshall Island, you have the floor.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Yakwe. We thank and appreciate IRENA for its continuous efforts to promote and facilitate the provision of renewable energy. The Republic of the Marshall Islands has set forth ambitious renewable energy targets, 45% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. We are in the progress of scaling up on renewables, and we anticipate to reach our 2030 target of 45% renewables by the end of this year, 2025. Although we see this as an achievement, we understand that there's more work ahead to ensure that the transition to renewables is not compromised. Energy security is not compromised. We are committed to maintaining access to energy to the people of the Marshall Islands, and given our geographical landscape, this is an ongoing challenge. To navigate the challenges in our journey to renewables, we developed the RMI electricity roadmap that is built on our NDC targets, illustrates pathways to meeting our 2050 target of 100% renewables. And one of the key pathways highlighted in our roadmap is human resource, for we see this as one of our greatest assets and a key to sustaining clean energy security. Mr. President, in order to build a robust and sustainable energy sector, we have developed legislation that aims to provide structure in our energy sector. An energy bill is scheduled to be tabled and discussed by our Parliament next month. We recognize that building and strengthening our energy sector takes time, and it is a continuous progress. We recognize that we will need to invest in innovative, advanced technology and infrastructure. And to maintain and sustaining this, we need to build our people, for we see this as one of the key areas that is critical in ensuring a just transition. We encourage IRENA to assist and develop more capacity building opportunities that is relevant to the challenges in our region. I congratulate the Pacific Islands, We thank and acknowledge the important work by IRENA and value our membership. And to conclude, I congratulate you, Director General Francisco La Camara and IRENA for the works this past year, and offer our best wishes for a successful 2025. May this year of 2025 be a year of continuous implementation. Thank you, and Komoltada.
Thank you very much, Marshall Island. Now Canada, and followed by the Netherlands.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Government of Canada views clean, affordable, and reliable energy as the foundation of a prosperous economy. 2024 was an important year for Canada with the release of its first ever electricity strategy. This document highlights the critical importance of expanding and decarbonizing electricity systems, including renewable energy, across our country. As the cornerstone of the strategy, Canada is implementing emissions regulations on generation facilities to provide clear investment signals on the decarbonization trajectory of Canada's electricity grids. The final design of these regulations was announced last December, following almost 3 years of extensive consultation with subnational jurisdictions, Indigenous communities, industry, and other stakeholders. To help complement Canada's regulatory approach, we're also implementing 3 tiers of financial supports, including investment tax credits, low-cost financing, and targeted programming. These tools will help accelerate the deployment of clean generation, including renewable energy and electricity infrastructure projects across the country. We will also continue to work with the international community and are eager to advance collaboration with IRENA and other member countries, whether it is on the global initiative for transitioning remote communities to renewable energy, co-facilitating the collaborative framework on hydropower, or recurring joint participation in the Energy Modeling Hub Annual Forum, which recently concluded in Ottawa, Canada this December. I would like to commend IRENA's Secretariat and Director General and the whole team for all of the work carried out over last year and express Canada's ongoing commitment to build on the strong collaboration established with the agency as we begin Canada's G7 presidency in 2025 and continue our work to expand and decarbonize electricity systems across Canada and the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kana. The Netherlands has the floor, followed by Norway.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you today in this 15th IRENA Assembly, and I would like to thank IRENA and host nation UAE for once again flawlessly organizing this event. IRENA plays a pivotal role in shaping the dialogue on the energy transition, specifically regarding our joint pledge to transition away from fossil fuels and triple renewable energy. It is of the utmost importance to make this transition happen on the ground. And even though the transition is taking place, we need to move faster to stay on a 1.5 degrees pathway. For this, we need to work together, share knowledge, and engage in continuous dialogue. In our view, IRENA plays an instrumental role in bringing countries together, generate knowledge on best practices, and offering concrete advice on policies and technologies. We hope IRENA will keep playing this role in the coming years. Let me also take this opportunity to share some insight on what the Netherlands is doing to transition to the use of sustainable energy. People, businesses, and organizations are switching to smarter and more efficient ways of using energy. This is not something we can realize overnight, but we have started the journey and are moving forward. What are we progressing on? Let me start by mentioning our support to the global rollout of renewable energy, and I'm proud to say that 2024 has been a year of meaningful progress. There are 4 highlights of the rollout, which I want to mention particularly. First, we've successfully connected major offshore wind parks to the electricity grid to drive our energy transition. By 2032, we aim to have 21 gigawatts of offshore wind energy from wind parks in the North Sea. Second, we've significantly expanded our electricity grid to meet the growing demand for clean energy. Grid congestion is a serious challenge in the Netherlands. That is why we aim to invest over 8 billion euros per year in grid expansion from 2025 onwards. Third, we've laid the groundwork for constructing a national hydrogen network, setting the stage for this critical green energy carrier. This network will encompass 1,400 kilometers of pipeline by 2030. And finally, construction has begun on the ambitious Porthos project in the port of Rotterdam, a CO2 capture, transport and storage initiative, which we expect to bring online by 2026. We really want to move forward, and we have set our targets accordingly. By 2030, we aim to generate 70% of all electricity sustainably. In 2050, almost all the energy supplies must be sustainable and CO2 neutral. We are investing in becoming a green hydrogen hub, supplying European partners clean energy in a sustainable manner. Our goals and achievements are milestones in our journey towards a cleaner, more sustainable future. No one says it will be easy, but we are determined to get there. And we do not stand alone in this journey. At COP29, the Netherlands was encouraged by the fact that all participating nations reaffirmed the COP28 energy goals to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030, while accelerating the transition away from fossil fuels in this critical decade. To demonstrate our leadership, the Netherlands made 3 new energy pledges. We signed the Hydrogen Declaration, committing to advance hydrogen innovation and infrastructure. We joined the call to action for new coal, standing firm against development of new coal projects. And we endorsed the Global Energy Storage and Grid Pledge, recognizing the urgent need for modernized and flexible energy grids. The Netherlands also celebrates the growing support for phasing out fossil fuels incentives. In 2024, the Dutch-led Coalition on Phasing Out Fossil Fuel Incentives welcomed 4 new members. These incentives can and must be redirected toward renewable energy development. We applaud Colombia, the UK, and New Zealand for joining last year and invite more nations to take this essential step. Looking ahead, we encourage all nations to ensure their next nationally determined contributions include clear strategies to meet the ambitious goals of tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and phasing out fossil fuels. We applaud the work done by organizations like IRENA and stand ready to support global efforts with advice, expertise, and collaboration. Thank you very much, and sorry I took too long.
Thank you very much, the Netherlands. Now Norway has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Dear colleagues, we are all faced with the same questions. Is the transition towards low emissions and renewables fast enough? Is it high enough on the agenda of the oil and gas companies? Is it high enough on the agenda of all governments? And how should governments guide and steer this process? IRENA's analytical works give us a sobering message. Across almost all metrics, except solar photovoltaic capacity growth, the world has fallen further behind the trajectory of renewable power capacity additions and energy efficiency improvements required to meet the UAE consensus goals. The geographic deployment of renewables also remains highly uneven, with additions concentrated in a few key countries. Current national plans and targets are set to deliver only half of the required growth in renewable power by 2030. This Assembly's focus on accelerating the renewable energy transition, the way forward, is timely. IRENA needs to provide leadership and support our efforts effectively. Norway welcomes IRENA's recommendation how to realign progress with a 1.5 degrees trajectory, focusing on concerted global action to overcome the structural and systemic barriers that impede progress. This requires 1, modernizing and expanding infrastructure, 2, establishing regulatory frameworks and market designs that support renewables, and 3, building institutional and human resources capabilities. Colleagues, let me briefly highlight some recent developments in my home country, Norway. First, We will continue to secure stable energy supplies to Europe. The situation in the energy markets today, and in Europe especially, reminds us of the importance of stable access to energy and resources. Second, we continue to contribute to the green transition. Norway has built up knowledge and experience over the past 5 decades with operations on the Norwegian continental shelf to develop new low and zero carbon energy solutions. Norway is, at the outset, a renewable energy country, and we have now put the largest floating wind farm at Hywind-Tampen in operation. We have also, through auctions, awarded the project area for our first large-scale offshore wind project. Then, Europe's first complete value chain for carbon capture and storage will be operational this year. The capture component is in the testing phase. The storage and transport components are ready and able to work. So this year we'll see the complete system implemented. Third, we are committed to reach our climate goal. There is no alternative. Norway will submit a new ambitious NDC next year. And finally, we need to strengthen our efforts to achieve SDG 7 with a clear focus on Africa. Together with the IEA, Norway's Prime Minister and Tanzania's President co-hosted the Africa Clean Cooking Summit, the largest ever gathering on clean cooking. We also welcome the initiative launched by the World Bank and the African Development Bank to provide 300 million Africans with electricity by 2030, called Mission 300. And finally, Chair, I'm also pleased to announce that Norway has recently entered into a new voluntary partnership with IRENA. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Norway. Now we have Iraq and followed by Paraguay.
Señor Presidente, Excelencia, autoridades presentes, muy buenas tardes.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, delegations, good evening. I would like to commend Francisco La Cámara as Director General. We'd like to thank the government.
أود أن أشكر como país anfitrión.
Emirates for hosting this event. We'd like to congratulate Slovenia for the presidency of this assembly and the vice presidencies, including Costa Rica, United Arab Emirates, Namibia, and Turkey. And for being a rapporteur, a role that Paraguay undertook during the past assembly. The Republic of Paraguay reaffirms the role of IRENA as an intergovernmental agency that works to further deploy renewable energy to accelerate the moving away from fossil fuels. In terms of energy, Paraguay is the country with more energy generation per capita that is 100% clean and renewable, coming from hydropower, thus making us one of the main exporters of said energy. 71% of gross generation is devoted to international markets with an available power of 8,760 megawatts and a generation of 61,000 gigawatts. Paraguay has shown throughout its history a firm commitment with energy integration. With Brazil and Argentina, we have two main hydropower binational power plants, which are models of cooperation and technological avant-garde development. Itancú and Dastilleta, apart from 100% of Paraguay's supply. With our Prime Minister Santiago Peña, we believe that integration challenges are solved via integration. Clean energy that we generate is not only a source for our own development, but also a key resource for the energy transition. We approved a national energy policy with a 2050 horizon that establishes 4 strategic pillars: energy security, sustainable transition, regional integration, and inclusive access to energy. This policy sets out to transform an energy mix and consolidate a governance model that is robust, with clear rules and a participatory approach that involves both the public and private sectors. Along these lines, the government of Paraguay identified green hydrogen as a strategic energy sector for the country's development. Therefore, in 2024, the national strategy for green hydrogen was presented in Paraguay. Our main competitive edge is the immediate availability of renewable energy generation. Paraguay seeks to attain the regional goal of 70% penetration of renewable energy in the generation energy mix. Currently, we have 2 projects underway, PV solar park of 140 megawatts in Paraguay, and to manufacture paper in this will generate 220 megawatts. Paraguay, again, declares its vocation to continue undertaking in constructive work together with IRENA and the rest of its member states, and the country is committed with the completion of the shared goals in terms of energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. Now Iraq has the floor.
Shukran. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Let me, in the outset, address my congratulations to Slovenia for being the President for the 15th session of IRENA's Assembly. I would like also to address my congratulations to Turkey, Emirates, Costa Rica, and Namibia for being the vice presidents. It gives me a great honor to participate in the work of the 15th session of the General Assembly of IRENA as representative of my country, Iraq, who is the Vice President of the General Assembly for Asia and the Pacific for the year 2024. I commend the great role played by the Executive Board and IRENA Secretariat in supporting the countries in their process towards sustainable energy, as IRENA is a key platform to strengthen international cooperation, providing advice and resources to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy worldwide. On this occasion, we would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to the United Arab Emirates for all the possibilities to bring us together in this meeting. This is an important opportunity for the members in IRENA to be engaged in comprehensive and diversified discussion on the action taken in order to accelerate the energy transition. We would like to seize this opportunity to express our appreciation and gratitude to the President of the 15th session, Dr. Jamis Jassour, for the valuable efforts he made during his presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq continues today its march to provide a smooth and gradual transition from traditional energy sources to renewable energy sources in order to meet the growing demand for energy throughout the country, to enhance energy security and efficiency and increase the flexibility of the energy sector in improving the environmental reality and addressing the challenges of climate change, which will ensure positive outcome of the National Sustainable Development Plan. Achieving the government targets represented by producing 20% of energy from renewable resources by 2030. In this context, the Ministry of Electricity has developed an ambitious plan from the period 2024 to 2030, focusing primarily on production of solar energy with 10,000 megawatt by 2030 by installing solar panels on the roofs of institutions and government agencies to reduce the load of the national grid and enhance energy independence, as well as establishing many large capacity solar power plants in all Iraqi cities using photovoltaic technology in cooperation with the solar energy companies, regional and international, to ensure the adoption of the latest technologies and best practices. The Ministry of Electricity has also developed a plan to treat household wastes and generate electricity with 1,250 megawatt to be implemented by 2030. The Ministry of Electricity has also presented its plan to have opportunities to generate power from wind, generating 600 megawatt in the central and southern parts of Iraq. The growing investment in renewable sources reflects Iraq's commitment to sustainable energy development and reducing its carbon footprint by leveraging its renewable resources and creating a more balanced and resilient energy mix depending on more economically efficient sources, represented in stopping burning the gas flaring in 2028 and using the electricity generated by using modern technology such as combined cycle turbines. Here I would like to pinpoint that the transition to clean energy sources must not conflict with other energy sources, and we should be realistic in considering energy transition should take place realistically and fairly, and adopting different approaches based on the circumstances of each country. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq faces several challenges in energy and environmental issues, as it is the fifth country in the world most affected by the climate change, from dust storms, decreasing water revenue resources, and unprecedented high temperature. This affects the sustainability and safety of power. Based on all these challenges, Iraq launched the national strategy for 2024, which is an important achievement to address environmental challenges. In conclusion, I would like to thank IRENA and its Secretary General, Mr. Francisco La Camera, for his continuous support to Iraq in the preparation of the energy readiness report and all the efforts in 2025. Finally, please accept my sincere thanks and appreciation, wishing all success to our meeting in the best interest of the people of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Iraq, now Jordan has the floor.
Mr. Vice President, Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud in Jordan that we started early developing renewable energy sector in cooperation with the private sector. We could, within less than 10 years, increase the contribution of renewable energy sources, wind and solar, in generating electricity from less than 1% in 2014 to about 28% by the end of the third quarter of 2024. Overcoming all the challenges, we work now to develop solutions in order to support increasing this percentage to more than our objective, which is 31% by 2030. We do so through using technology for energy storage. We prepare to implement the first project to store electricity using water with a capacity of 450 megawatt and the storage for 7 hours. We also work to enhance the electricity networks into the transformation by increasing their capacities through smart grids. Jordan hopes to become part of the international efforts in the energy transition through linkages with the countries in the region in order to export green energy. We also want to work in order to become a main source of production of green energy, especially green hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan, and in cooperation with partners from the donor countries, has prepared a national document for green hydrogen, and it develops a long-term roadmap clearly stipulating the projects needed to produce green hydrogen in Jordan. We now work on preparing plans to implement this study, in addition to working in consultation with potential investors and financiers to study the best option for the model of infrastructure for the projects in order to have the optimal solutions that meet the interests of all parties. We have established a national task force for green hydrogen in order to continue investment in this industry and eliminate all barriers facing such investments. As for the transformation of electricity, we have developed the plans in order to have electrical vehicles and to develop the infrastructure needed. This enhances the use of electrical vehicles. The percentage of using these vehicles in Jordan is one of the highest ratios internationally. This contributes to decreasing emissions from the transportation sector. In conclusion, I would like to appreciate the cooperation between Jordan and IRENA. Jordan, as a member in IRENA, looks forward for more cooperation amongst the members through IRENA, and we will continue exerting efforts and support all initiatives and programs prepared by IRENA. Finally, I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates, the host country, for the good hospitality and for always supporting IRENA's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordan, Iran, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا لكم سيادة النائب الرئيس.
In the name of God, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I would like to start my speech by addressing my congratulations to the President and Vice Presidents. I would like also to thank the United Arab Emirates for the hospitality and the good organization. the Islamic Republic of Iran, as one of the most ancient countries in producing oil and gas, realizes the importance of diversifying its energy basket, while at the same time is committed to reducing carbon emissions, enhancing energy security, creating new jobs, and adopting innovative business models in energy sector. Up till now, the Islamic Republic of Iran has installed approximately 1.3 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity, including solar, wind, biomass, and small hydroelectronic plants. In addition, more than 10 gigawatt of solar projects are currently being implemented in different phases. Our country has abundant natural resources, including more than 300 sunny days per year, and a great wind energy potential that we rely on effectively to strengthen our renewable energy capacities. Central point in our strategy called SATA for 2031, which aims to raise Iran's renewable energy production capacity to 30 gigawatt by 2030, in collaboration with the local and international stakeholders. We encourage private sector investments, promote research and development, and support local manufacturing capacities for renewable energy technologies. To facilitate this transition, we have established the technical infrastructures, and we developed investment models, and we issued supporting laws and regulation. Our commitment is embodied in initiatives such as establishment of a green trading platform, Iranex, and also the upcoming implementation of white flagship certificates for energy efficiency projects. Furthermore, we are promoting green electricity exports and developing integrated value chain for solar and wind equipment. Iran, as a member of the board of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, is ready to contribute effectively to achieving the objectives of IRENA and its mission. We are committed to facilitate consultation and cooperation amongst members in IRENA, reviewing draft programs of work and budgets, and ensuring effective participation of both developing and developed countries. At the world level, achieving the ambitious goal of tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030 requires enhanced international solidarity, capacity building, and comprehensive multilateral cooperation. We support the comprehensive frameworks that take into consideration the diverse needs of the countries. In conclusion, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its commitment to the sustainable energy solutions and calls for collective action to ensure a just, inclusive, and resilient energy future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iran. I'll just, a little mathematics here. We have translation services until 7:30. It's 35 excellencies and dear delegates are asking for the floor still. So we need to shorten as much as you can. I know all the statements are very, very important and impressive, but otherwise we might run out of translation services by 7:30 because the mathematics tell me that we have to shorten somehow the statement. So I appreciate your collaboration. Thank you very much. Now Colombia has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor for me to talk to this assembly on behalf of the Republic of Colombia, a country that is fully committed with the energy transition as a driving force to comply with international commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and to ensure our energy sovereignty and to promote economic stability in the face of the uncertainty of international fossil fuel markets. For Colombia, energy transition involves a transformative effort that goes well beyond including new non-conventional sources of renewable energy into our energy mix. This involves replacing the use of fossil fuels not only in electricity creation, but also in key sectors such as transportation, the industry, as well as heating systems. Because of its geography, Colombia has a competitive edge that is exceptional to lead this change. There's both sun and wind power in the Caribbean. The wind is very high, and solar and radiation is some of the best across the globe, with a potential of more than 50 gigawatts to be developed just in wind power. Bioenergy, our diversity of thermal layers, the water basing, and the geographical differentiation allows us to create biomass throughout the year. Geothermal energy, we can use most of our volcanic system in the mountain range in the middle of the country. There's a great potential to use some of the hydrocarbon infrastructure that is already in our country. Also, low emission carbon. All of this will diversify our sources of energy and will boost the applications in the agricultural and industrial sectors. Excellencies, the whole energy landscape is rapidly changing, which is why renewable costs drop, as well as the increased efficiency has meant that renewables represent more than 80% of new energy produced in the world. And in Colombia, we can see that these world trends have an impact on our country. Electrifying mobility, transportation, or heating, central heating systems is fundamental to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. The average cost of renewable energies keeps going down, which positions renewables as a key pillar for the sustainable development of our country. The Minister of the Environment here at the Emirates mentioned in her speech that all countries must commit and co-create solutions because the climate change is a reality. Excellencies, Colombia faces two significant challenges as part of that transition. It requires co-creation and commitment of other countries, as well as funding. It is important to mobilize financial resources to ensure the deployment of renewable projects that are large-scale, estimated more than $25 billion in Colombia. And electrification, we need to invest also in electrifying and replacing fossil fuels in these sectors. As long as we achieve those goals, Colombia is committed to offer good results for all of our communities, especially those that depend on hydrocarbon-based economies. We reiterate our commitment with the international community through IRENA. We firmly believe in collective action. It is essential to face the energy and climate-related challenges, and only if we work together will we be able to build a more resilient and fair energy transition for all. Thank you, Colombia.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Estonia has set the ambitious goal of covering 100% of our domestic electricity consumption with renewable energy by the year 2030. This will raise the total share of renewable energy in our energy mix to 65%. This target was set in law in autumn 2022 in the midst of high energy prices and Russia's energy manipulations against Europe. Thanks to this ambitious goal, we have set a stable framework for the government sector, project developers, industry, and the society, so that everyone can plan their activities ahead. The energy sector in Estonia has already gone through a huge transformation, which will only continue. Today, already close to 40% of consumed electricity comes from renewable sources, and the number is growing rapidly. The coming years will see hundreds of megawatts of new wind power coming online. Today, we have almost 500 megawatts installed, but to reach the renewables 100 goal, we need to quadruple this, which we are committed to do. This is in addition to the solar panels, where we have witnessed a serious boom in the last years. In 2024, installed solar power capacity in Estonia reached 1,000 megawatts, which is a 20-time increase in 5 years' time, and it continues to rise. Next to onshore wind farms, we have ambitious goals for offshore wind development in the Baltic Sea. This will require new interconnections, and we're lucky to have very good cooperation with our neighbors in the north and south to build new links. Given the recent damage to undersea cables in the Baltic Sea, we see the need to put more focus on critical infrastructure and protection. We hope that IRENA can also play a role in finding innovative solutions for increasing the resilience of critical infrastructure in the context of renewables. As we have witnessed by Estonia's own example, external factors can often stimulate big changes. Since regaining our independence, Estonia has already achieved, by the year 2022, a 59% greenhouse gas reduction compared to the 1990s levels, a change led by our transformed energy sector. Thanks to being part of the European Union with an ambitious climate policy and a highly integrated single market, we are better equipped to drive changes in our energy sector. The same can happen globally because a big ambition takes us forward. This is why Estonia fully endorses the global pledges to triple renewable energy capacity and double the energy efficiency rate by 2030, as agreed during COP28. We would also like to express our unwavering support to Ukraine, who has experienced brutal and deliberate attacks against its energy infrastructure, including renewables, by Russia for almost 3 years now. As of today, Russia has destroyed 2/3 of the energy system of Ukraine. Its attacks have inflicted severe environmental destruction and are blatantly violating international law, as well as the principles enshrined in the IRENA statute, which Russia as a member is bound to uphold. We would also like to commend Ukraine, who has been able to develop renewable energy and set new and ambitious targets while fighting a war of aggression. We fully support offering IRENA's expertise to advance Ukraine's energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estonia, United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on your vice presidency and other vice presidents, and to Slovenia as our new president. We're continually grateful for IRENA's leadership and analysis on the energy transition, as well as their support for international initiatives such as the Breakthrough Agenda, which the UK launched at COP26. And most recently, our Global Green Power Alliance launched at UNGA in September 2024. In the year ahead, we'd encourage IRENA to respond to new challenges and opportunities, such as those posed by artificial intelligence. The UK government has set out a vital mission to scale up our leadership on climate and clean technology, clean energy globally. International leadership starts with strong domestic action, and we will make Britain a clean energy superpower, delivering a decarbonised power sector by 2030, doubling onshore wind and tripling offshore wind by that point. This investment in wind, alongside solar and other renewables, not only serves as an environmental imperative, but also presents a tremendous economic opportunity that we wish to advance globally. Equally, advanced nuclear technologies have an important role to play in the transition to a low-carbon economy in the UK, and the government is committed to develop large, small, and advanced nuclear projects. No ambition such as this can be achieved in isolation, and the UK is committed to showing the strong global leadership needed for the rapid deployment of renewable energy. As such, the UK launched the GCPA, an alliance of developed and developing countries with high clean power ambitions. The GCPA will help to accelerate the energy transition and protect and enhance clean energy supply chains. We want to focus first on financing the transition, especially in emerging markets and developing economies. Not just the quantum, but the system challenges too. Indeed, I've just come from a ministerial roundtable on scaling up finance to support the energy transition, chaired by our Special Representative for Climate, Rachel Kite. We will also continue to bring together energy, foreign and development ministers from across the global north and south to focus on blocking the supply chains that constrain the rapid deployment of clean technologies. We're eager to partner with IRENA and member states in this endeavour, ensuring that clean power becomes a cornerstone of sustainable growth worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom, Malta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, congratulations first of all to IRENA for giving us another opportunity through this assembly to showcase our initiatives aimed at achieving ambitious global targets, and to Slovenia, our 15th IRENA presidency. As a Mediterranean island, Malta faces challenges due to its small size and surrounding deep seas. These are further intensified by floating renewable technologies still being at the early stages of development and limited wind resources, leading to relatively high levelized costs of energy. Malta, however, remains steadfast in its 2030 ambitions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 41% when compared to 2005 levels, and to increase the share of renewable energy to 25% of total energy consumption. Considering the findings of the first global stocktake and the decisions at the recent COPs, it is our commitment to enhance both the tripling of renewable energy and the doubling of energy efficiency. Malta has intensified its efforts to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy. We established our first national policy for the deployment of offshore renewable energy, which identifies areas of offshore renewable energy installations and sets up the incentive structure to attract investment in the sector. The offshore renewable energy sector is not as well established in the Mediterranean Sea as when compared to other sea basins in Northern Europe. Therefore, efforts are needed to attract new industry players to the region and ensure the availability of necessary services for renewable energy deployment. Following a preliminary market consultation, Malta is assessing market preparedness for nearshore floating offshore solar technology projects, specifically photovoltaic farms. More recently, the government launched a call for the development of its first offshore floating wind farm to be located beyond 12 nautical miles in Malta's exclusive economic zone with a target capacity of 300 megawatts. The competitive process begins with a preliminary qualification questionnaire to evaluate the technical and financial capabilities of applicants, followed by shortlisting of candidates and the eventual selection of a developer who will be awarded a concession contract to construct, operate, and maintain the project. As part of the Med9 Energy Initiative started in Malta in 2023, we pledge to continuously work on enhancing energy security, making energy more affordable, and accelerating the transition to renewable energy. We also agreed to collaborate in recognizing the Mediterranean as a hub for green energy, envisioning it as a center for renewable energy investments. These include focusing on offshore renewables and establishing new energy interconnections between the countries bordering the Mediterranean basin. The integration of renewables within our energy systems and enhanced energy security requires significant investments. In this regard, Malta is operating its electricity grid, supporting behind-the-meter battery storage, and also developing utility-scale battery energy storage systems to mitigate the intermittency of renewable energy sources and enhance supply security. Work is also underway to construct a second interconnector with Italy, and final approval was received exactly last Friday from the Italian government to manage the increasing energy demand, support economic development, and enhance our integration with the European Union electricity market. following Malta's membership in the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative YASE this year, 2025, to signal further our commitment to the green transition. Malta expressed interest and has been accepted to join the Global Offshore Wind Alliance. By joining GOA, Malta is signaling its commitment to an ambitious offshore renewable energy deployment at global level. We are committed to sharing best practices, learning from others. Malta remains eager to contribute to the global dialogue on renewable energy and collaborate to enhance energy efficiency and sustainability worldwide. We look forward to continue with our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malta. El Salvador, next.
Mr. Vice President, on behalf of the government of El Salvador, I would like to congratulate you for being appointed to act as Vice President as part of this 15th session of IRENA. And I would like to also thank Francisco La Cámara. We believe that under your leadership, we will achieve the objectives we have set for ourselves. It is an honor for me to be here addressing this assembly, reinforcing our commitment with sustainability and the development of clean energies, which are essential to address global climate change challenges and to ensure a prosperous future for generations to come. In El Salvador, under the vision of our president, Nayib Bukele, we have made significant strides in the energy sector with the aim of becoming a 100% clean energy country. We have increased our renewable energy generation capacity. In 2023, approximately 61% of the energy generated in the country came from green sources, such as geothermal, hydroelectric, solar, and wind energy. These not only reduced our dependence on fossil fuels, but also decreased greenhouse gas emissions and fostered economic development through the creation of more green jobs. Reflecting our priority for sustainability, we responsibly utilize our resources for the benefit of our population. Additionally, we have modernized our regulatory framework to promote the adoption of clean energies that drive the energy transition forward. That is how, in 2024, El Salvador took an important step by reaffirming its strong commitment to the peaceful use of nuclear energy. We are collaborating with international partners to continue developing a roadmap to assess and implement this type of energy in our country. Energy is a strategic topic for our government under President Bukele. Therefore, El Salvador looks to the future with a goal to continuing to advance towards energy independence and sustainability. Among our future projects, I would like to highlight some key initiatives that we're working on for the coming years. We want to keep expanding photovoltaic generation through floating solar farms in the reservoirs of our hydropower plants, to harness marine energy by conducting studies to determine the potential of wave and ocean current energy, to develop offshore wind farms. We are at the initial stages to explore the marine wind energy potential along the Salvadoran coast. We need to ensure 100% access to electricity in El Salvador, to modernize digitally El Salvador's energy sector, to develop biogas electricity generation projects from wastewater in the country's main cities, to prepare a useful energy balance which will allow us to understand the energy reality of the main consumption sectors nationwide, facilitating the development of policies and the adoption of energy efficiency programs to focus our efforts on priority areas. We want to promote the development of low-emission energy sources, such as green hydrogen, and amongst many other initiatives, this is what we're currently working on. And to conclude, I would like to reaffirm that El Salvador is committed to being a leader in implementing renewable and clean energies in the region. And we acknowledge in fora like IRENA we recognize are key platforms for facilitating exchanges, managing financing, fostering cooperation, and scaling up projects to promote diverse renewable and clean energy applications, contributing to international commitments, as well as our energy policy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, El Salvador.
Thank you, El Salvador.
You have the floor now.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Austria is committed to achieve climate neutrality by 2040, and we are on a good pathway to achieve this goal. For the third time in a row, Austria's emissions have continued to fall despite economic growth. Preliminary data from the Austrian Environment Agency shows that emissions have decreased by minus 3.7% in 2024. This proves that ambitious climate action can make a difference. Austria is also on track to achieve its target of 100% electricity from renewable sources by 2030. With a record share of renewables in electricity production, Austria has become an exporter of electricity again for the first time in 20 years. In 2024, the sun, wind, and water generated 87.8% of the public net electricity supply in Austria, with a record high of wind and hydro. Installation of solar PV has been particularly booming since 2023. In the first half of 2024, installed PV capacity reached 3 terawatt-hours. As electricity production from solar PV increases, Austrian households and companies increasingly want to use and consume their own electricity they produced. As a consequence, we have seen a progressive shift to battery storage systems. In 2023, the total installed storage capacity almost tripled since the year before. The successful expansion of renewables in Austria is a combination of the implementation of new national and EU legislation, with increased renewable energy targets for 2030 and an enhanced regulatory framework, as well as subsidies, structural changes, and strategies. To give an example, the new National Energy and Climate Plan serves as our strategic framework, outlining Austria's strategy for achieving climate neutrality and sustainability goals by 2040. The plan aims to increase the share of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption to 57% by 2030. Despite significant progress in renewables in Austria, we know the picture looks different on the global landscape. This is why the Austrian Development Corporation continuously engages in promoting renewable energy and sustainable development in developing countries. Through projects such as SOLTRAIN, which is short for Southern African Solar Thermal Training and Demonstration Initiative, Austria promotes solar thermal energy in Southern Africa through capacity building, project demonstrations, and policy development support. International cooperation is key to climate change mitigation and adaptation, while simultaneously achieve the energy transition, address energy poverty, and foster economic growth. IRENA offers an ideal platform for cooperation, and we look forward to our continued engagement with the IRENA Secretariat, as well as with other member states, to drive the energy transition further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Austria. Now, Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share an overview of the current situation in Ukraine's renewable energy sector. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, more than 1,000 Russian attacks on energy infrastructure have resulted in the loss of over 9 gigawatts of available capacity. Thanks to the international support and efforts taken by the Ukrainian government, half of this capacity has been restored. Caused by Russia's deliberate attacks, 10 gigawatts of total energy capacity was destroyed and 18 gigawatts were disabled, leaving Ukraine with huge deficit in electricity. In 2022, the total installed capacity of renewable energy facilities in Ukraine exceeded 9.5 gigawatts, or 10.1 gigawatts, including facilities which were already under the occupation by Russia before February 2022. Solar power plants accounted for approximately 80% of this capacity, with wind power plants contributing around 16%. As a result of Russia's invasion, approximately 25% of renewable energy capacity is now under Russian occupation, including 14% of solar power plants. Around 4% of solar power plants have been deliberately damaged or destroyed during the Russian missile attack. Nearly 80% of Ukraine wind energy is located in temporarily occupied territories, with many facilities sustaining damage from Russian shelling. Specifically, 11 wind turbines with a combined capacity of 40 megawatts have been damaged or destroyed. Despite these challenges, Ukrainian government remains committed to rebuilding its energy infrastructure with a focus on renewable energy. Over the past 3 years of Russia's brutal invasion, Ukraine has commissioned nearly 900 megawatts of new renewable energy capacity. Notably, 3 wind farms with a combined capacity of 228 megawatts were built during the wartime in 2023. Additionally, significant progress has been made in developing better energy storage systems. Looking ahead, 4 gigawatts of wind farm projects are ready for construction. Securing financing for these projects over the next 2-3 years is imperative. To meet its energy demands, Ukraine requires substantial investments in new generation capacities, and over the next decade, Ukraine aims to build over 10 gigawatts of renewable energy, including more than 4 gigawatts of wind farms, over 3 gigawatts of solar power plants, and about 3 gigawatts of renewable capacities such as natural gas and bioenergy facilities. Renewable energy is not only critical for Ukraine's national security and economic recovery, but also serves as a lifeline for the energy system, ensuring Europe's energy resilience and security. Despite the war, the Ukrainian authorities have made remarkable progress by adopting the National Energy Climate Plan and the National Renewable Energy Action Plan, setting a target of achieving 27% renewable energy share in total consumption by 2030. The strategy for the development of distributed generation until 2035 and an operational plan through 2026 were adopted. The Ministry of Energy of Ukraine launched pilot contract for difference auctions with quotas totaling 110 megawatts. 4 companies have committed to producing nearly 10 million cubic meters for biomethane annually. The energy regulator has facilitated the construction of new renewable generation and energy storage systems by holding auctions for ancillary services with contracts up to 5 years. Ukraine has exempted energy sector equipment imports from VAT and customs duties. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements would not have been possible without the extraordinary courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people in the face of Russia's genocidal and colonial war, nor without the unwavering support of our close partners and friends. On behalf of Ukraine, I extend my deepest gratitude to all delegations who have stood by us during the darkest time of our modern history. In this context, we also look forward to the practical implementation of the project jointly initiated by the Government of Italy, IRENA, and UNEP, which will assist Ukraine in developing both short-term and long-term solutions for clean and resilient energy. We plan to begin practical implementation in 2025 and call other members to follow suit. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, for the floor. In light of rising global concerns about climate change, Bangladesh announced at the 2021 COP26 its commitment to achieving up to 40% clean energy use in its power generation mix. Consequently, the Integrated Energy and Power Master Plan has been developed to establish a low-carbon economy. Currently, only 1.4%, which is 4.6% of installed capacity of the power is generated from clean energy sources. Among the renewable energy sources, solar contributes the highest, 1155 megawatt of 1449 megawatt total renewable energy. Others include hydro, 230 megawatt, and wind, 63 megawatt. Mr. Chairman, we made commitments, we identified our targets, but we are far from it. Bangladesh is a small country with very high population density and poor infrastructure. We have myriads of challenges. Wind power could be a good option for us, but wind flow throughout the country is not good We have good flow in the coastal region though, but even in these areas, it is not consistent. In the coastal areas, which is far from the national grid, electricity demand is very little, making it necessary to install new transmission line. In addition, there is risk of cyclone, tornadoes in rainy season. Also, we don't have wind mapping. Before we invest in this sector, we will need to map the wind flow throughout the year. The nature of renewable energy varies in Bangladesh compared to other nations. Characteristically, all energies are sporadic. Thus, grid integration of renewable is critical to our requirements. The existing power grid infrastructure was primarily designed for conventional power sources. It often lacks the flexibility and capacity to accommodate the intermittent nature of renewable energy, particularly solar and wind power. We need the renewable energy source assessment with flexibility analysis in the process of developing renewable energy. When you consider solar power, we have to keep in mind that there is already competition in the land use as we are to spare enough lands for agriculture. We are receiving proposals for investment in solar power, but it is a challenge for us to find lands which are not in agricultural use. Bangladesh appreciates IRENA's assistance in commencing the renewable readiness assessment process in Bangladesh. I would like to request IRENA to help us with the flexibility analysis as well. Additionally, since offshore wind is potentially promising area of renewable energy, I would like to ask IRENA and the development partners to come up with a feasibility study project in this area. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, we have identified the way forward in 3 lines: technology transfer, which is suitable for us, training and human resource development, and financing. We have lost some months recently, but we are now ready to begin. Our present government, led by Professor Yunus, is committed to bringing the benefit of development to every single citizen of the country. I thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you, everyone. Le Sénégal a un nouveau programme intitulé
Senegal has a new program in which the just and fair energy transition and the access to electricity and 40% of renewables in 2030 are the pillars. And our government has been working for many years in order to develop and encourage the use of renewable energies. Since 2023, we established a partnership with IRNA and also the Ministry of Energy and Oil has created a program to improve the knowledge and the capacities of the people in Senegal. So also the National Institute of Energy is working in improving the electric system. So we have a training program through different models also in order to create a master plan for the electricity production between now and 2030. We are working in different capacity building actions in order to really study all the different scenarios in the energy sector that we have and how we can reinforce the place of renewable energies in our energy mix. We are working also in order to carry out a just transition in our energy. So we have weekly exchanges between the different stakeholders on the development of renewable energies. We have worked on putting a toolbox for the development of different solutions that can create a sustainable development and inclusive development of clean energies. So the Ministry of Energy has worked on the elaboration of a report. The government of Senegal has received a help of 13 billions through the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, and with the help of IRENA and a DFD have helped in order to help Senegal. And through the ETAF platform, the IRENA can really help the countries in the rural electrification. And we are talking about millions of dollars in order to produce 100 gigawatts. And basically, we are studying recently. Senegal received the IRNA Director General in Dakar, and our country has asked the Director General to participate to the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa. So the National Agency of Renewable Energies today is working to put in place different clean energy labels, and we hope that IRNA agency will help us in our research and also in the development. IRENA, excuse me, will help us in the development of renewable energies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I extend my deepest gratitude to the IRENA and the United Arab Emirates for organizing this assembly. We also congratulate President and 4 presidents on their elections. The energy crisis in the world is facing today has resulted in unprecedented impact on economies and their plans for the transition towards cleaner technologies. The world is witnessing a rapid change in energy landscapes triggered mainly with the intent to tackle the climate change and its impacts. Climate change is a cross-cutting issue for the world. It becomes more significant for countries like Pakistan that are the most vulnerable to the impacts of global climate changes. This is despite the fact that the share of contribution of Pakistan in terms of emission is negligible as compared to other developed and developing countries. Despite negligible share in global greenhouse gases, the government of Pakistan, under its nationally determined contribution 2021, has shown strong commitment towards emission reductions, targeting an overall 50% reduction in projected emissions by 2030, including 15% from the country's own resources and 35% subject to provision of international finance. Pakistan is acting as a responsible country with action aligned with its global commitments towards climate change and sustainable development goals. Pakistan is facing significant challenges related to energy sustainability, security, and affordability. The government of Pakistan has already taken bold steps to usher into a silent solar generation revolution to set the country on the path of clean energy transition. The abundant potential of tidal, wind, and solar resources is being utilized for power generation with efforts to drastically increase the share of renewables in the power generation mix. Together with the large-scale hydropower projects, the current share of renewables in the power generation mix stands at around 34% of the total installed capacity. Last year, almost 55% of the power generation was from clean energy resources. Almost all new power projects planned under the Pakistan Power Generation Expansion Plan are based on clean energy technologies. The net metering-based solar installation has surpassed 3.7 gigawatt capacity. The global energy transition must be just, inclusive, and equitable. International cooperation must be dramatically scaled up to catalyze the finance and investments needed to accelerate energy transition, especially in the developing countries. Furthermore, building capacities and to share the right kind of knowledge is the need of the hour. Support in energy policy regulatory reforms through international best practices and successful models would be pivotal. Technology transfer can also play a vital role in supporting developing economies on their path to clean energy transition. It is critical that the financing platform like Green Climate Fund, Clean Energy Transition Partnership, Energy Transition Accelerator Program must be activated to provide concessional and grant financing on fast-track basis with ease of access. ARENA is well placed for members to discuss these important aspects and devise strategies coupled with capacity building of developing countries that ensure access to grants and concessional financing in order to achieve the goal of swift, just, and equitable transition. I thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan, and thank you, Senegal, for your previous statement. Now, Israel has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the State of Israel, I would like to express our appreciation to IRENA for conducting this important event and to convey our thanks to the hosting country, the United Arab Emirates. I would like to emphasize Israel's steadfast commitment to the vision and mission of enhancing and scaling up renewable energy, and to working collectively to address the challenges and opportunities of a sustainable energy future. In 2024, Israel has continued to navigate complex regional challenges while advancing its energy and climate goals. We remain resolute in our aim to achieve 30% renewable energy by 2030. In 2022, we published our roadmap to achieving this goal that included 53 detailed and concrete actions to be taken to scale up renewables. At the end of 2024, 46 of these actions were implemented or are in the process of implementation. These steps include streamlining and simplifying regulation and removing barriers for renewables, tariffs to incentivize dual-use solar panels and combined solar panel and storage systems, and collecting precise and up-to-date information about the potential for solar power generation in dual-use instances. Looking beyond this decade, Israel remains committed to achieving net zero emission by 2050. It is a significant challenge due to Israel's reliance on solar panel production. As a result, Israel, like many other countries, will be required to incorporate cutting-edge technology into the domestic energy market to achieve this goal. One key component is storage, and I'm proud to say that we have made considerable strides in advancing energy storage, including in recent inauguration of Negev Energy Storage Facility, one of the largest battery storage systems in the Middle East. On the international stage, Israel continues to embrace opportunities to cooperate with its neighbors and partners to promote energy innovation and cooperation, and to support sustainable development in the region. Israel is in a geographical position to serve as a bridge between East and West, and seeks to extend its collaboration to promote the export and import of renewable energy from areas with significant supply capabilities to areas with high demand. Joint energy infrastructure like international electric cables and pipelines for transportation green hydrogen exemplify how regional and global partnership can promote sustainable energy while fostering economic and geopolitical stability. A critical link in this regard is the Great Sea Interconnector, which will link Israel with Cyprus, Greece, and the European Union electric grid. Israel places great importance to this project and is promoting the development that will mark a pivotal step in ensuring energy security and regional connectivity. While Israel is a small nation with limited natural resources, our commitment to global sustainability is boundless. We believe that we can utilize Israel's unique position to help connect the region and foster genuine and productive partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Israel. Now, Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Zimbabwe would like to congratulate you and other members of the Peru on your unanimous election to preside over the 15th IRENA Assembly. Zimbabwe would also like to congratulate the UAU and IRENA for hosting and organizing this assembly meeting. Mr. President, Zimbabwe is honored to be part of this global platform for inclusive and diverse discussions on all facets of the energy transition. We are committed to a sustainable and climate resilient future. We recognize the urgent need to transition away from the fossil fuels towards renewable energy sources and doubling on energy efficiency. Zimbabwe's national electricity access rate is currently at 62%, and the energy supply mix is made up of 57% coal, 40% hydropower, and 3% solar systems and other renewable sources. Zimbabwe is also resourced with critical energy transition minerals, which are key for resourcing energy transition. The country believes that sustainable exploitation of these minerals and processing them up the value chain will push the country's agenda towards green industrialization and economic diversification. Zimbabwe will continue to pursue beneficiation of energy transition minerals for the benefit of the population of the abundant national resources. Mr. President, Zimbabwe is among the pioneers of the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa, APRA. We look forward to benefiting from this partnership to boost investments in the deployment of renewables in the country. The agricultural and health sectors are critical for Zimbabwe's social and economic development. With support from IRENA, Zimbabwe conducted an assessment on the deployment of decentralized renewable energy systems in health centers and agro-value chains under the Empowering Lives and Livelihoods program. Reports are being finalized and roadmaps for such solution implementation will be put in place to guide on investment. Zimbabwe has also an ambitious target to achieve 90% urban and 75% rural electrification by 2030, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% per capita by 2030 as stated in the NDC targets. This is conditional upon international support. We will achieve this through scaling up renewable energy deployment, focusing on solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal energy, improving energy efficiency, reducing energy systems, as well as promoting sustainable transportation and infrastructure. As a country, we adopted several policies to increase energy access. We seek partnerships, investments, and technical systems to support our renewable energy ambitions. Together, let us build a sustainable and equitable climate-resilient future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Now, France will have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, you know that the consequences of climate change are intensifying also, so that's why the international commitments are absolutely indispensable in order to reduce the greenhouse effect gases also, and to respect the 1.5 degrees of the Paris Agreement, and also the commitment of the Dubai COP28 also. So we need really to serve this ambition, and the efforts that we have carried out until now are insufficient. So that's why we need to double our efforts in order to reach our objectives. We need to work in two directions. First, we need to reduce the use of the energy, and then secondly, also to decarbonize our energies in order to ensure our energy security and in order to reach our climate neutrality before 2050. So that's why in France we had a plan of energy sobriety that allowed us to reduce 12% our use of the energy, and we worked on the decarbonization of different sectors, especially the construction sector and industry also. So are working in the promotion of different energy system use, for example, in heating, so in the electricity sector. So the emergency is to work all together in eliminating carbon because it is the largest emitter of greenhouse effects gases. So that's why we worked during the COP28 in order to create concrete proposals in developing clean energies. And it is absolutely paramount not to build any more carbon plants between now and 2040. All the different types of non-fossil energies will play a role in order to limit the greenhouse effect gases. The French energy strategy is based on a decarbonized use of the energies with a mix of nuclear energy and renewables also in order to limit the emissions. France has limited 5.8% of its emissions between 22 and 2023. So this is a priority in France. We have adopted a law for the deployment of renewable energies. We want to develop the offshore wind. So we will have we will have a public market for 45 gigawatts in 2051 to multiply by 3 the photovoltaic installed capacity. We want to develop the wind energy also because in COP28 we all adopted these commitments to triple our renewable energies. And in France, we are working in the development of nuclear energy that allow us also to decarbonize our industrial sectors. This decarbonization strategy that is based on nuclear energy and renewable energies will allow us to move forward. The energy crisis has demonstrated that fossil fuels represent a very high risk for the consumers. So that's why the French strategy will allow us to have a stable and sure future, and also while fostering our economy. And we believe that the climate and energy planification is very important in France. We have a national strategy for energy and for carbon reduction also. The decision in COP28 also recommends that the NDCs evolve towards ecological planification tools in all the different economic sectors in order to eliminate the greenhouse effect gases. France, the same as all the other countries, has explained its different commitments through national plans, very clear programs also, and policies in order to reach these objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franz. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I would like to mention that there is a reception going on since 6:30. And if you wish, you are very welcome to shorten your statements. If you wish, you can deliver the complete statements, and they will be published as such. So thank you very much. We continue now with Peru. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. First, I would like to thank and congratulate IRENA for the organization of this event, as well as the United Arab Emirates and the presidency for this assembly. We are here to reaffirm our commitment to a world with lower emissions, carbon emissions. Peru is here at this assembly to reaffirm its strong commitment to become a key player in the transition to renewable energies in Latin America. With notable solar, wind, and hydropower potential, Peru is well positioned to become a leader in green hydrogen production. Our country is open to learning from global experiences to achieve our climate and energy goals, as well as to cooperating wherever possible. Peru has significant potential to become a major producer of green hydrogen, and this allows us to envision an energy transition to cleaner and more sustainable sources, but also to position the country as a significant actor in the international green hydrogen market. energy diversification and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, in line with our climate commitments and sustainable development strategies, are priorities for Peru. However, our approach not only contributes to global environmental sustainability and the energy transition, but also aims to strengthen Peruvian economy given the important role it could play in the global green hydrogen market. In 2022, Peru declared the national climate emergency a matter of national interest and established the development of green hydrogen H2V technologies as a priority action. This commitment led to the creation of the multi-sectoral working group, which developed a proposed green hydrogen roadmap for Peru through 2050. The proposal outlines a gradual and strategic development of green hydrogen spanning the short to long term, with concrete objectives and actions aimed at transforming Peru into a key green hydrogen producer. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Botswana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and allow me to say all protocol observed and to thank IRENA and the host country, UAE, for the warm hospitality. I need to announce that this year, Botswana will co-host the 2024 Southern African Development Community SADC Sustainable Energy Week in partnership with SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency from the 24th to 20th February 2025. The 5-day event will be held under the theme Accelerating Sustainable Energy Solutions for an energy secure SADC region. The conference is held in partnership with the following institutions: IRENA, Soltran, UNIDO, Global Network of Regional Sustainable Energy Centers. And I hope to see some of you in Gaborone, Botswana during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Botswana has developed policies to support the energy transition. We developed the National Energy Policy in 2021 and the Integrated Resource Plan for Electricity Generation to support initiatives for the greener future. In order to facilitate renewable energy, you are still to develop the carbon tax framework and renewable energy trading certificates framework. As part of our commitment to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, we are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% as per our NDC. As part of our commitment to support the Sustainable Development Goal 7, we are committed to the reduction of GHGs. We set a target for renewable energy contributing to the energy mix to 30% by 2030 and 50% by 2036. Our target for electricity access is 100% by 2030, and we are currently sitting at 72%, which gives us number 6 in Africa. The technologies identified in the Integrated Resource Planning for Electricity Generation that addresses the targets include solar PV, wind, and CSP. And as per our energy transition, the progress of projects are as follows. We currently have a 100 megawatt solar PV project which is under construction and is expected to be commissioned before the end of this year. There is another 100 megawatt solar PV project which we are expecting to reach financial close by first quarter of this year. And all these projects are done through independent power producers. The third 100 megawatt solar PV tender is under adjudication stage, and COD is expected by end of 2026. And in terms of the 200 mega CSP, it's also at evaluation stage, and we're expecting COD by 2027. With the support of the World Bank, we are currently doing a feasibility study for wind measurements, and the intention is to audit or to go for tender for the project before the end of this year. And we believe by implementation of this project, by 2030, we'll have achieved some of our targets as indicated earlier on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good evening. Accelerating renewable energy development and utilization is one of the 6 energy transition strategies of the Philippine government. The other 5 strategies are building a smart and green grid, building ports for offshore wind, voluntary early retirement or repurposing of coal power plants, energy efficiency and conservation, and decarbonization of our transport sector. We have set a target of 35% RE share in the generation mix by 2030 and 50% by 2040. To achieve our RE target, 52.8 gigawatts of new RE installed capacity is needed by the Philippines in the next 20 years, with investment coming from the private sector. We have allowed 100% foreign ownership of RE projects since November 2022. As a result, applications for service contracts have increased, and we now have over 1,400 service contracts for over 150 gigawatts of RE. Since we are visited by 22 typhoons each year, and we have earthquakes and volcanic eruption every now and then, we have learned to build resilient infrastructure, including RE facilities. Together with RE developers, we have faced the challenges of permitting, consenting, ECC for offshore wind, and other issues that have caused delays in RE development. We are starting a de-risking facility for geothermal to encourage new exploration. While we are confident that RE developers will be able to get financial closure for their projects, the next hurdle would be the price of RE, such as floating solar, offshore wind, and waste to energy. We have requested the help of our central bank and multilateral development banks to figure out concession financing and even longer loan periods for pumped storage hydro, geothermal, and the smart grid. We're considering energy transition trading to connect our coal plant retirement with replacement RE power at affordable price. We're confident that our RE developers have the technical ability to build plants. My hope in attending this General Assembly is to learn more about how international cooperation can help us address the cost of RE to make sure that while we pursue sustainable development, the socioeconomic aspect of sustainability is also addressed. Developing countries are often the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, despite contributing the least to global emissions. It is essential that those who have historically benefited from fossil fuels now support those who are striving to achieve a sustainable future. Energy transition is a shared responsibility, and we must act with urgency, solidarity, and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippines. United States of America, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, the United States remains firmly committed to renewable energy deployment at home and abroad. Over the last 4 years, the United States has invested hundreds of billions of dollars including over $100 billion in grant funding to supercharge the deployment of clean energy. This investment has catalyzed over $450 billion in private sector spending for clean energy and related manufacturing. These investments continue to pay dividends for the American people while supporting America's contribution towards meeting our shared emissions reduction goals. Between 2020 and the first half of 2024, renewable energy generated as a percentage of total energy in the U.S. increased from 21% to 26%, and we are currently producing 10% more electricity from renewables so far this year. Internationally, we remain committed to robust partnerships to help ensure that countries can develop the clean power systems necessary to deliver energy access for their citizens. As Irina pointed out in its October stock take report, global investment must dramatically increase if we are to achieve our targets set at COP28 to triple renewable energy production and double energy efficiency by 2030. This will not be possible without strong multilateral engagement, and we are pleased that IRENA continues to play a vital role in these efforts. To that effect, let me congratulate the IRENA Secretariat and our colleagues from Kenya and Azerbaijan for hosting the first APRA Investment Forum in Nairobi in October, and the Energy Transition Investment Forum for Central Asia in Baku at COP29. These convening sessions facilitated important public-private dialogue and can help convert pledges of action into shovel-ready projects. IRENA has shown through its analysis and project facilitation work that it has the expertise to support us all through the energy transition. I also wish to express our appreciation to fellow members of the Ethics Advisory Board, the United Arab Emirates and Germany, for working with us to ensure that IRENA meets the highest standards of management and oversight for international organizations. On behalf of the US, I'd like to thank IRENA, the UAE as our generous hosts, and allow me, Mr. President, to congratulate you on your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, it is an honor to speak before you. Uruguay reaffirms its commitment with renewables and the work of IRENA. As part of the electricity mix, 92% of our electricity was produced through renewables. Even though we had a severe drought in 2024, we reached 99%. This achievement proves once again the resilience of a system that is based on complementary sources such as wind and solar, biomass, and hydropower. However, we do not think that renewables are an end into themselves, but rather as a means to achieve energy sovereignty, to strengthen regional integration, and to decarbonize our economy. Based on our energy mix that is consolidated, we move forward towards the second stage of energy production, focusing on decarbonization, transportation, and our industry, electrifying new usages, and to develop a green hydrogen economy, also based on its derivatives that is key for domestic consumption and export. Our renewable potential, strategic location, and institutional readiness make Uruguay an ideal destination for these investments, backed up through a roadmap until 2040. In terms of electric mobility, we have driven forward. We have tripled, actually, the sales of electric vehicles in 2024, with 9% of the total sales of vehicles. We have also added all kinds of vehicles, ranging from micromobility to heavy trucks. And this is an important percentage in terms of exports. We have programs to renew the fleet, as well as a national recharging station network. with the national utility that ensures a recharging station every 50 kilometers. We've also included the labeling of energy efficiency in most vehicles, most new vehicles, as well as the trust for sustainable mobility that promotes the change towards a public electric transportation, which is key to reduce the emissions, which nowadays account for 50% of the CO2 emissions in that specific sector. We also established a formal public-private collaboration forum in order to harmonize our viewpoints and to generate new initiatives, making the most of our synergies, complementary natures in the industry, which is one of the hardest sectors to decarbonize. We have identified new processes that will lead towards this energy efficiency. We also support this with auditing processes, possibility to save energy. We even have the National Energy Efficiency Award. All of these actions improve competitiveness. Uruguay also presented its third nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement last December, reaffirming our climate commitment. We even have renewable energy certificates that are a mechanism to get accredited and show the kind of energy consumed by companies, institutions, and what percentage comes from renewable sources of energies. Uruguay once again reaffirms its commitment with IRENA and the global energy transition, promoting international cooperation so that we can all have a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy of the Royal Thai Government, it is my great honor to attend the 15th IRENA Assembly today. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate IRENA for your successful work, programs, and contribution to accelerate partnership for driving global clean energy transition. As we gather here today, we affirm our crucial role in the global energy landscape and our collective commitment to achieve a more secure, affordable, and sustainable energy future. For Thailand, we are embarking on the bold journey to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2065. By driving our policy strategies and implementation measures, Thailand's National Energy Plan 2024 outlines a clear roadmap to a low-carbon energy future. One of the key objectives is to increase the share of renewable energy in our new power generation capacity to at least 50%. This target, coupled with aspiration goals of achieving 37% of domestic total final energy consumption from renewable sources by 2037, underscore Thailand's unwavering dedication to clean and sustainable energy. Our strategy includes advancing solar, wind, hydro, biomass, hydrogen, and exploring innovative solutions such as small modular reactor. We expect renewable energy capacity to grow by 2.5 gigawatts by 2030, supported by robust policy and partnerships. To accelerate renewable energy adoption, Thailand is implementing the bio-circular green economy model, which could leverage biotechnology, circular energy principle, and green technology to optimize resources utilization, reduce environmental impact, and promote economic growth. The policy instruments, including supportive measures and carbon tax mechanisms, are designed to incentivize the reduction of carbon emission and foster the competitive and renewable energy sources through an appropriate pricing structure. In line with this effort, Thailand has recently introduced a utility green tariff mechanism to promote green power generation and provide green electricity for RE100 customers who need to invest in Thailand. The direct power purchase agreement or direct PPA will implement to facilitate and allow direct clean energy trading between power producer and customer. This initiative will build an attractive renewable energy market and ecosystem to meet our climate target. Ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate through the complexity of the energy transition, Thailand remains steadfast in the pursuit of greener future. We are actively exploring and implementing cutting-edge technology, promoting energy efficiency, and fostering international collaboration to overcome challenges and seize opportunities. Lastly, Thailand would like to commend the successful outcome of the IRENA in various aspects and welcome to progressive work of IRENA work plan to move forward global renewable energy development. We are eager to collaborate with IRENA and its member states to share knowledge, technology, and best practice in renewable energy development and confirm our commitment to be proactive partner in this endeavor. By moving forward together, we can turn our aspiration into reality to ensure a greener planet for future generations. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you, Thailand. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Toward the global common goal of net zero by 2030, the world agreed to triple the capacity of renewable energy by 2030 at COP28 here in the United Arab Emirates. To pursue this common goal of net zero, first and foremost, it is important to do so through various pathways while considering the various energy circumstances of each country and utilizing all available energy sources. This is because the potential for introducing renewable energy and the status of power grid development differ from country to country. As for Japan, Japan intends to achieve maximum development of clean energy through making renewable energy as the main source of power. The cumulative amount of solar power installed is about 75 gigawatts, which is the third largest in the world, and we aim to add 30 to 44 gigawatts by 2030. In addition, Japan has recently announced the next generation solar cell strategy. The strategy aims to deploy 20 gigawatts of next generation solar cell, including perovskite solar cells by 2040. Japan is working to further accelerate the introduction of renewable energy. For example, we are developing a regulatory framework to expand areas where offshore wind powers are installed. We will also expand interregional power lines by more than 8 times over the coming decade. Secondly, it is necessary to bring technology that are still in the research stage into practical use. Japan has issued GX, or Green Transformation Economy Transition Bonds, to provide approximately 20 trillion yen to support investment in innovations needed for decarbonization, as well as to advance the development of floating offshore wind power and perovskite solar cells. Japan is also promoting research and development of using hydrogen and ammonia as the exclusive fuel for power generation, with a view to their practical application. This is because the increase in variable renewable energy will make it imperative to secure sufficient flexibility capacity, in particular to address situations where output from variable renewable energy sources decreases over extended periods. It is crucial to utilize dispatchable power sources such as zero-emission thermal power generation using hydrogen and ammonia, and hydropower generation to reach net zero economy. We expect that the arena plays a role in highlighting and raising awareness over the importance of innovation as a driving force for the future expansion of renewable energy. Thirdly, decarbonization is a critical global agenda, and we all have to work together. Enhanced cooperation among countries is essential to achieve the global stake agreed at COP28. Japan has been providing development assistance in renewable energy sector over decades, while at the same time supporting improvement of renewable energy access, including through off-grid solutions, which can provide electricity to remote areas and islands. Most recently, Japan decided to support APA to accelerate the deployment of renewables to enhance energy access, enable green industrialization, and improve economic and societal resilience in Africa. ARENA's strength lies in the fact that it has as many as 170 member countries. We hope that ARENA will leverage its global network to analyze detailed implementation measures, taking into account the various circumstances of each country, with the global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. In conclusion, Japan will continue to work together with member countries and the Secretariat of ARENA to promote cooperation in the field of renewable energy and contribute to practical and orderly energy transitions worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Japan. Now we give the floor to European Union.
Thank you, Chair. The European Green Deal has set the European Union on a course for a sustainable and secure energy future. We're committed to deliver on our legal obligation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 and to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. At home, the results of our commitment, legislation, and investments are already visible. In 2024, 48% of the EU's electricity generated came from renewable energy. The renewable energy share in the overall energy consumption was above 25% in 2023. Our efforts to accelerate this transition build on further ambitious renewable energy targets. 42.5% with an aspiration to reach 45% by 2030. And we're already looking beyond this. In February 2024, the European Commission presented its assessment for a 2040 climate target for the EU. It recommended reducing the EU's net greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2040 compared to 1990. We have many challenges ahead of us. These are common to other IRENA members: ensuring the security and affordability of energy, scaling up investments, modernizing infrastructure, enhancing energy efficiency. We will address these challenges by ensuring the full implementation of our legislation and by setting up new initiatives to foster a renewables-based energy transition and strengthen the competitiveness of our economy. The EU's action is also global. Together with partners like ARENA, we're working to implement our commitment of tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency. The first aspect is financing. The EU is already the largest donor in the world for climate finance, and our financing instruments will have mobilized up to 300 billion euro in investments by 2027. The second is engagement in initiatives such as the UN Panel on Critical Energy Transition Minerals, the Global Energy Transition Forum, or the ongoing Africa-EU Green Energy Initiative. International cooperation will be crucial to accelerate towards global climate neutrality. And IRENA is uniquely placed to provide a space for this and to support the global energy transition. Mr. Chair, estimated delegates, as we look toward the future where renewable energy is the cornerstone of our energy system, we are grateful for the collaboration of like-minded partners and of IRENA.
Thank you very much, European Union. Dear colleagues and excellencies, I'm going to ask my ambassador, Francisco Chacon, to please replace me here for the continuation of the meeting. Thank you very much. I shall be back possibly.
Good evening. Good evening to all. I give now the word to Finland. Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. And to start with, I can share the new views presented by the EU Commission today. In our national climate law, Finland has set an ambitious target to be carbon neutral by 2035. The share of renewables in the energy sector is already over 50%. The power sector in Finland is almost carbon-free, as renewables and nuclear energy constitute already 95% of the total production. Onshore wind has increased significantly in Finland. Over 20% of the electricity is produced with onshore wind, and the capacity continues to increase. Finland has been able to phase out state aid schemes for mature technologies, for example, onshore wind and bioenergy. And in recent years, the development of onshore wind has been fully market-based. The offshore wind capacity is still small, but there are projects of remarkable size planned. In addition, large-scale solar investments are picking up pace. As the share of renewables in the electricity system is increasing, there is a growing need for flexibility and storage capacity investments balancing the system. For instance, integrating energy storages to renewable production. Over 60% of the heating in Finland is based on renewables and waste heat. Especially interesting is the number of steps taken within the sector integration, electrification of the heating. Finland is the leading country in terms of heat pumps per household. Finland is one of the leading countries also in terms of decarbonization of transportation, with almost 20% share of renewables. In Finland, the availability of carbon-free and low-cost electricity together with strong electricity grids offer solid basis for new investments using electricity. For example, several projects related to hydrogen and hydrogen-derived e-fuels are in planning. The Finnish government sees carbon capture and utilization as one of the key developments in climate policy. Finally, we value highly IRENA's work on facilitating this cooperation and sharing information. We will provide the Secretariat with full text. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Boa noite à delegação de Portugal. Eu gosto muito de falar na língua de Camões, então vamos a falar um bocadinho em português, se o senhor permitir. Faz favor, a delegação de Portugal tem a palavra.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
To address this assembly to share Portugal's progress and challenges in energy transition. Let me highlight that Portugal continues to be an attractive market for the development of renewables, linked with a clear political commitment to energy sustainability, putting the country as one of the European leaders in electricity from renewables. Last year, we achieved the key milestone of 71% of electricity consumption coming from renewables, mainly hydropower, 28%, and wind energy, 27%. By 2030, we aim to achieve 93% renewable electricity, doubling the current installed capacity. The Energy and Climate Plan establishes 51% renewable in energy consumption and a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2005 by 2030. To achieve these objectives, we are ensuring an efficient development of the grids to guarantee the security of supply. Last year, the installation of smart electricity meters was completed. decisive for electric mobility, as well as better integration of renewables promoted, and self-consumption and energy community supported. Portugal is investing deeply in energy storage, planning 3.9 gigawatts of pumped hydro storage and 2 gigawatts of batteries, along with a robust offshore wind capacity of 2 gigawatts by 2030. Additionally, the legal framework was updated to simplify licensing procedures, reduce costs, and promote hybrid projects that incorporate energy storage. Green hydrogen is another key factor of the strategy. By 2030, Portugal will have 3 gigawatts of installed electrolysis capacity and an industrial cluster around green hydrogen and renewable gases, involving public and private investment in production, storage, transportation, and consumption, reducing fossil fuel use. Portugal is also committed to put citizens at the center of the energy transition, promoting sustainable practices and ensuring an inclusive process benefiting everyone. By 2025, 50 new office centers will help citizens to adopt energy-efficient technologies and renewable solutions. Access to affordable climate finance remains a huge priority. Thus, by creating a stable legal framework, the national and international investment is being involved. Also, a strong technical expertise, competitive operating costs, and regulatory solidity make Portugal a fortunate country for renewable investors. Our long-term vision is fully aligned with the European Union's climate goals to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So, by fostering innovation, simplifying regulations, modernizing energy infrastructures, and empowering citizens, Portugal will meet its ambitious energy targets. Finally, Portugal is proud to contribute and benefit from IRENA's initiatives as part of our commitment to sharing knowledge, technological innovation, and capacity building, paving the way for a more sustainable and inclusive future. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Portugal. Eu esperaria que num muito breve prazo nós podamos falar em português na Irena. Tá? Obrigado e grande abraço a todos os amigos portugueses.
Muchas gracias.
Belarus, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. Благодарю вас. Speech in Russian. Dear President, dear participants, for the Republic of Belarus, electrification and improvement in energy efficiency supported by the renewable energy sources and the clean hydrogen in perspective remain the most realistic pathway to keep global average temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial trials in line with the Paris Agreement targets and the United Nations Climate Change Convention. As a result of systemic and consistent work in energy saving and energy efficiency and increasing the share of renewables, the Belarus GDP energy intensity reduced by 3.4 times for the last 30 years, according to the International Energy Agency. Currently, the Republic of Belarus is developing its already 7th state program for energy saving for the period 2026 to 2030, which provides for the implementation of such measures such as the utmost use of heat pumps in centralized and decentralized heat supply systems. We're working on the wide use of secondary energy resources, including heat recovery from circulating water supply. We are working on the production of domestic electric vehicles, including the use of super-fast charging systems. We're increasing the efficiency of energy sources with the wide use of wood chips and wood pellets in housing and communal services. We're also applying solar energy technologies in the production and processing of agricultural products. We are also working on the broad application of solar energy technologies in decentralized systems in social sphere. Moreover, we are increasing energy efficiency at social facilities due to electrification of final consumption, comprehensive thermal modernization of buildings, digitalization of energy efficiency processes. And as a result of successful implementation of the state program for energy saving during the previous 28 years, Belarus saved 31 million tons of fuel equivalent, which is equivalent to reducing 44 million tons of CO2 emissions and is considered as an input of energy conservation from Belarus to the global climate change mitigation efforts. It should be noted that the results of our work could have been much higher, but our country is located in the very center of the European continent. At the same time, we have to face the harmful influence of unilateral, coercive economic and other measures taken by the Western countries against sovereign states without the permission of the United Nations Security Council. And in the context of restrictions from Western countries, the Republic of Belarus is working to attract external financing for the implementation of infrastructure projects under the state program for energy savings. And we are also working on further CO2 reductions emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Korea is actively moving towards 2015 net zero goal. Our renewable energy capacity and generation are steadily increasing. By the end of 2023, nearly 36 gigawatts of renewable energy facilities had been installed, producing more than 53,000 gigawatt hours of electricity. To boost renewable energy, we announced a strategy for expanding renewable energy deployment and strengthening supply chains last May. This strategy has been followed upon with a more detailed plan for solar power, which is the Industrial Complex Solar Power Vitalization Plan. This plan aims to supply 6 gigawatts of solar energy installation to domestic industrial complexes by 2030. Furthermore, we are actively working to foster the hydrogen industry and establish a hydrogen ecosystem driven by the vision that hydrogen will become a game changer in the energy transition. In 2023, we developed a plan called Hydrogen Electric Vehicle Expansion Plan with the goal of deploying 300,000 hydrogen vehicles and establishing over 660 hydrogen fueling stations by 2030. As a result, as of last October, 36,000 hydrogen vehicles had been registered. Additionally, we have launched the Clean Hydrogen Certificate System as a pilot project last March and introduced the world's first clean hydrogen power bidding market to promote the development of a clean hydrogen ecosystem. Also, we hosted the International Clean Hydrogen Forum last September, which highlighted the importance of clean hydrogen in the energy transition. We are grateful for ARENA's participation in this forum. Korea will continue to work with ARENA and its member states to lead the global energy transition. And we are devising various policies to achieve our net zero goal. In December last year, we announced the fifth development plan for energy technology, which aims to establish a carbon-free energy ecosystem within our society. Lastly, Korea, as the chair of APEC in 2025, intends to take a leading role in advancing discussion on APEC's clean energy deployment. We look forward to exploring and seeking opportunities for cooperation with the ARENA member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. Now I would like to give the floor to Georgia. Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it's a great honor to share with you Georgia's progress on renewable energy and on ongoing efforts to build a sustainable and green future. As you know, we are actively working to align with the EU standards and integrate renewable energy strategies to strengthen the energy reforms and sector achieve sustainable goals. This includes working on several reforms, starting from the association agreement commitment with the other agreements. Also, we are working very hardly. And the final objective is to ensure the energy security, to stabilize and striving and become an energy independent country. That's of utmost significance for us. Since signing the association agreement in 2014, which went into force in 2016, so a number of reforms have been carried out. But still, there are lots of things to implement. We have been making significant reforms, not only in the energy sector, by the way, but also in terms of the relative sectors like GHG reduction and to set some targets for renewable energy efficiency. However, we should say that since the association agreement 2016 laid the foundation for our political and economic integration in the EU, and which has driven reforms to make our energy market more competitive and transparent. As a key of our energy policy, focuses on sustainable development, especially the promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency measures. As part of our National Energy and Climate Plan, we are working to increase the share of renewable energy in the total consumption. Here, some participants have mentioned the importance of having a National Energy and Climate Plan. Even Mr. Lacamera was talking about the significance of having this plan. And in June of 2024, we have approved this plan and think that these measures and any activities and reforms which are set there will be very important for us to carry out in the coming years to meet the relevant targets of renewable energy, energy efficiency, and GHG reduction. In 2021, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the German government, with the KfW, to increase the energy efficiency in industry, in construction, in many other sectors, because we think that having energy efficiency and achieving some targets in energy efficiency will be in correlance of increasing the renewable energy technologies as well in the sectors I have listed here. Additionally, we are working on the National Hydrogen Strategy with our neighboring countries, by the way, like Azerbaijan and some other countries, and we think that these type of initiatives will be very important for us to carry out. So these regional projects really will provide some more benefits for us, and we will have much more progress than we used to have previously. And to make a long story short, I wanted to provide some more information related to the regulatory framework, like the Renewable Energy Directive, Energy Efficiency Directive, of Energy Community Secretariat. We are transposing these directives and regulations into our national legislation. However, very important is the implementation. And in this direction also, we might need the assistance of the international organizations like UNESCO, UNIS, and IRENA as well, which is one of the main player in this process. In conclusion, we have committed building sustainable energy future, and we think that with the joint effort, we can really create some common sense in terms of the regional projects implementation, etc., etc. And these reforms we have taken as a commitment really will be the prerequisite to create more greener, cleaner, and sustainable future. I'll stop here. Thank you for your attention. Looking forward to continuing our cooperation with the IRENA in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Azerbaijan, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Chair, distinguished guests, delegates, first of all, we would like to thank IRENA for very fruitful cooperation during COP29 and for the platform provided to showcase Azerbaijan achievements. One of the 5 strategic priorities for social economic development of Azerbaijan until 2026 is the sustainable use of natural resources and the liberalization of energy market, focusing on energy efficiency, renewables, and clean transport. Increase of share of electricity production from renewables and export renewable electricity to the European Union is the main focus of Azerbaijan renewable energy development. Azerbaijan joined the UAE consensus and committed to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. According to NDC 2.0, Azerbaijan targets 30% share of renewables in installed capacity by 2030. Keeping current pace of energy transition, Azerbaijan can reach 32.6 already by 2027 and 34.6 by 2030 accordingly. In 2024, the share of renewable electricity in total electricity generation has already reached 13.5%. Together with Georgia, Romania, and Hungary, Azerbaijan plans to develop the Green Energy Corridor Caspian Black Sea Europe with a capacity 3.9 gigawatt. Additionally, at COP29 World Climate Summit, the Intergovernmental Agreement on Strategic Partnership in the field of development of transmission of green energy between Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan was signed, aiming to jointly export electricity from Caspian Sea to Europe. Azerbaijan would like to emphasize also fruitful cooperation with IRENA. The first report developed by IRENA to track progress towards achieving UAE consensus was released in a partnership with COP Troika format and the Global Renewable Energy Alliance at the pre-COP event in Baku. During COP29, the Investment Forum on Energy Transition in Central Asia was co-hosted by COP29 presidency and IRENA, aiming to accelerate the introduction of renewable energy in the region and promote green industrialization. The Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Central Asia Africa program has been established to achieve these goals. The program aims to expand investments, strengthen interregional relations, and increase socio-economic benefits within the framework of regional cooperation by mobilizing the potential of Central Asian countries. During the site event on enabling the clean hydrogen economy and developing new supply chains, co-hosted by IRENA and Hydrogen Council and Ministry of Energy, Azerbaijan announced its first national hydrogen strategic outlook. Interactive session on IRENA's project facilitation tools for Central Asia was organized jointly by IRENA and Azerbaijan Renewable Energy Agency. The intended audience was renewable energy project developers and project advisors that operate in Central Asia region, as well as financial institutions interested in funding renewable energy projects in the region. The COP29 chairmanship, hosted by the ministerial meeting on the energy initiative of COP29 within the Energy Day of the International Climate Conference. Three important energy initiatives: Global Energy Storage and Grids Pledge, also Green Energy Zones and Corridors, and COP29 Hydrogen Declaration were officially presented at the event. Finally, COP29 reached agreement on carbon trading under Article 6 of Paris Agreement, bringing nearly a decade of negotiation to close. The rules governing country-to-country trading under Article 6.2, as well as new international carbon market under Article 6.4, will further contribute to deployment of renewable energy and support energy transition worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Now I give the floor to India. India, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, India has ambitious targets, installing 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based power capacity by 2030, becoming non-net zero country by 2070, and becoming a developed nation by 2047. India achieved its Paris commitment 9 years ahead of its 2030 targets. Despite being the most populous country and one of the fastest growing economies in the world, India's per capita CO2 emissions are less than half of the global average, ranking 99th globally. India's goals highlights its commitment for achieving sustainable economic growth through green energy transition. India's energy transition journey has laid emphasis on energy security, accessibility, and affordability while promoting energy efficiency and innovation. The 2024 Union Budget of India announced the development of an official energy transition pathway that provides a long-term strategy for India's energy future. India launched an initiative to provide free electricity to households, a major scheme which is one of its kind in the world, which aims to install rooftop solar plants in 10 million households, providing up to 300 units of free electricity per month. A reduction in the customs duty for lithium and cobalt, the two critical components for advancing e-vehicles, was also announced. The other major focus was on encouraging research and investment in small nuclear reactors to accelerate the decarbonization drive. India aims to triple its nuclear energy capacity in the next 10 years. The budget also announced that a policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating. Subsequently, a viability gap funding scheme for the development of battery energy storage system was also notified. These measures aim to address a major challenge in the energy transition journey, the intermittent nature of the renewables. The Viability Gap Funding Scheme for installation and commissioning of offshore wind energy projects of 500 megawatt each off the coast of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu has also been approved by the Government of India. Excellencies, India is expected to witness a fourfold growth in electricity demand and new investments of the order $1.2 to $1.6 trillion by mid-century. A report notes that India needs to add a power system the size of the entire European Union grid to meet its energy requirements over the next 20 years. Around $380 billion will be required in the renewable energy domain to meet the 2030 targets. This presents huge opportunities for investors and businesses. As we move forward, India also calls upon the global community to support the shared missions with adequate climate finance and technology transfer. The global energy transition must leave no one behind. It must espouse the ideal of climate justice and ensure the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities so that every region and household enjoys the benefits of clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you, India. I now give the floor to Armenia. Armenia, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to begin by expressing our delegation's deep appreciation to the IRENA Secretariat for organizing this important gathering and for the agency's continued efforts to advance the global transition to a sustainable energy future. Armenia is fully committed to achieving a sustainable, secure, and low-carbon energy future and to transforming our energy systems into more sustainable, greener, and cleaner ones to deliver the commitments under the Paris Agreement. As a small, landlocked, developing country with limited natural resources, we have recognized the importance of diversifying our energy mix, and renewable energy sources such as hydroelectric power, wind, and solar have become central to our energy strategy aimed at ensuring energy security and contributing to global efforts in combating climate change. The goal has been set to reach 50% share of electric energy produced using renewable energy resources in the gross final consumption of electric energy in 2030 and about 60% by 2040. The government is planning to increase the capacity of renewable energy to 200 megawatt by 2040. Armenia's energy transition is guided by the principle of inclusivity and sustainability. We aim to ensure that all citizens have access to clean and affordable energy while creating new opportunities for green jobs and economic growth. Key priorities for Armenia to ensure its energy independence and security include the development and expansion of viable and technically available renewable energy sources. In this regard, solar energy has become one of the most important directions of the development of the energy system in Armenia in recent years. Today, more than 5% of total electricity production comes from solar power plants, and the strategic energy development programs aim to increase the share of solar energy to 15% by 2030. In order to expand the network of its international partners, Armenia has recently joined the International Solar Alliance. We attach great importance to creating an enabling environment that attracts both public and private investments, as well as to establishment of green finance infrastructure in the country. We have been working closely with international financial institutions to secure funding for renewable energy projects. And a number of financial institutions in Armenia have been providing green financial products to businesses and households. Distinguished delegates, Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2026. This major environmental gathering will bring together governments, international organizations, academia, indigenous peoples, and other stakeholders to discuss and advance solutions for the sustainable use of natural resources. As the host of the COP17, we stand ready to facilitate meaningful and multi-stakeholder dialogue, build bridges, and catalyze the action needed to mobilize investment into renewable and clean energy energy efficiency, promotion of electric mobility, efficient and integrated management of energy resources. I thank you.
Thank you, Armenia. Ghana? Ghana is not here. Cyprus? Cyprus is not here. I'll give now the floor to the Czech Republic, and I recognize the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador and good friend in the delegation. Thank you for your presence, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, with one of the highest share of industry on GDP in the European Union, the main challenge for the Czech Republic is to pursue the process of decarbonization, while at the same time maintaining energy security and competitiveness of our industry. The key challenge is to ensure safe and socially acceptable transition away from coal. The decarbonization in the Czech Republic will lead to an increase in electricity consumption by 10% by 2030, mostly due to the development of electromobility, but also with the electrification of the industry and the heating sector. We are currently experiencing significant increase in renewable energy sources for electricity production, mainly solar. In line with the EU Renewable Energy Directive, we have simplified the permitting process for deployment of small photovoltaic installations. Together with various forms of direct and indirect support, the effort led to a remarkable increase in newly installed solar power capacity, reaching approximately 1 gigawatt both in 2023 and 2024. Through the development of acceleration zones for renewable energy sources, Czech Republic aims to address the need to increase the installed capacity of wind energy, which has significantly higher market value in Central European region compared to solar. We aim to reach 1.5 gigawatt in total by 2030, up from current installed capacity of 350 megawatts. Furthermore, we have developed strategies to produce biomethane and renewable hydrogen to further green the consumption of gaseous fuels in the Czech Republic. In total, we expect the share of renewables in primary energy consumption increase from 18.6% in 2023 to at least 30% by 2030. In case of electricity production, share of renewables will increase from the current 17% up to the 28% by 2030. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Now I give the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to you, your fellow Vice Presidents, Slovenia on your appointments. Thank you to the UAE for its hospitality and to IRENA for its commitment to the energy transition. I am pleased to say that much has happened in Australia since the last General Assembly. In May, our government announced it would invest $22.7 billion over the next decade to build a future made in Australia. This plan is about maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the move to net zero and securing Australia's place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. It will build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by clean energy in a way that creates secure, well-paid jobs and delivers benefits to communities across the country. In September, we released an update to our National Hydrogen Strategy, which provides the framework for Australia to become a global hydrogen leader. Central to this strategy are productive incentives, which will see our domestic production capacity exceed 1 million tonnes of hydrogen per year by 2030, and set us on a pathway to produce between 15 and 30 million tonnes annually by 2050. While the transformation presents opportunities for the creation of new technologies, new industries and new jobs, these opportunities will transform existing industries and jobs, impacting the people, businesses, households and communities whose livelihoods depend on our current systems. This creates more challenges, one of which is ensuring that transformations are orderly and inclusive and mutually beneficial for the climate and our economy, but also for people, households and businesses. And this is where long-term and whole-of-economy planning is critical. Australia is developing a net zero plan, which will articulate how we will transition to a net zero economy that is consistent with our international and domestic commitments. It will focus on maximising the benefits of the transition and providing long-term policy certainty to drive investment and longevity in new industries. This will be supported by sectoral emission reduction plans outlining how key economic sectors will contribute to the transition while managing trade-offs and opportunities. We are making sure that through the transformation, workers, communities and regions remain front of mind. A key element of this is through the creation of a new net zero economy authority to ensure the workers, industries and communities, including our First Nations groups and regional communities, can realise and seize opportunities from Australia's net zero transformation. Supporting these changes, we have continued to implement and deliver the government's $20 billion Rewiring the Nation plan to modernise our electricity grid and our expanded capacity investment scheme, underwriting and accelerating investment in renewable energy generation and clean dispatchable capacity. And as of November last year, these collective efforts mean Australia is on track to deliver on our emissions reduction target of 43% below 2005 levels by 2030, and well on our way to transforming our electricity system to harness the power of renewables. As we approach 2030, we will continue to leverage our strengths and comparative advantages to maximise the economic and industrial benefits to our move to net zero, while building a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by clean energy in a way that creates secure, well-paid jobs and delivers benefits to communities across our country. Finally, Australia recognises that the net zero transformation will require a collective global effort. The global pathway to net zero needs to be carefully managed to ensure stability of energy supply so that countries can grow and prosper as they decarbonise. We continue to work closely with international partners to accelerate ambitious climate action, build new clean industries and ensure energy security. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Now we give the floor to Poland. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to the Director General and the IRENA staff, as well to the United Arab Emirates for hosting this crucial event. IRENA is one of the widest platforms for cooperation in terms of renewables development and energy transformation, which brings together 170 countries from around the world. And it is indeed one of the key advantages of this agency. Its inclusive and universal character, which enhances cooperation between different parties from all around the world and helps us to understand challenges and hopes related to the ongoing decarbonization process. Now, let me share a few updates on national experiences regarding energy transformation with you. Poland had a difficult starting point when it came to transforming our energy system. We had to establish a comprehensive strategy to replace fossil fuels plants with modern and cheap renewable energy sources, mostly solar and wind. In order to achieve our goals, we have designate dedicated support schemes and preferential tariffs. We have implemented a modern auction system for large-scale investments and for medium-sized renewable energy plants. Also, we have designated funds for a program called My Electricity. It is dedicated to the household rooftops installations. Due to well-designed and effective policies, Poland has experienced a rapid development of the renewable energy sources during the last few years. Since 2020, more than 20 gigawatts of renewable energy has been deployed, increasing the share of clean electricity in total energy generation from approximately 18% to 27%. The dominant technology is solar photovoltaic with more than 20 gigawatts of installed capacity, including approximately 12 gigawatts of 1.5 million installed self-consumers rooftop micro-installations capacity. Although the domestic market reactions to our policies has been impressive, it is worth noting that our actions are in many cases part of a broader European Union strategy. Poland is currently holding the rotating presidency of the EU Council, which put a strong emphasis on issues related to the renewable energy role in strengthening the energy security of the entire bloc and providing affordable energy prices. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Latvia, you have the floor. Please, Latvia.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Accelerating the global energy transition is critical not only to combating climate change, but also to enhance energy security and fostering inclusive socio-economic development. In a world increasingly interconnected, we are witnessing rise of global sea level and extreme temperatures, more wildfires, severe floods, and other climate-driven disasters. This underscores the urgency for collective action towards achieving climate goals and advancing the use of renewable energy and ensuring an inclusive transition. IRENA's role of fostering knowledge sharing, capacity building, and international cooperation is crucial to this aim. Latvia has made significant progress, with renewable energy now exceeding 43% of our final energy consumption, a 10 percentage point increase over the past 2 decades. We have made an ambitious commitment to increase renewable energy share to at least 61% by 2030. This is a testament to the transformative potential of renewables in building resilience and sustainability. As we continue our efforts, Latvia stands ready to share its expertise and experience in renewable energy to support other nations on their path to sustainability. As a member of the European Union, Latvia reaffirms its commitment to a just and equitable energy future, ensuring that no one is left behind. In solidarity with Africa's small island developing states and other vulnerable regions, we strongly advocate for accessible and equitable climate financing. This is not only a necessity, but a matter of justice. Amid today's geopolitical complexities, the shift to renewable energy is a pathway to greater stability and security. Therefore, I would like to commend Ukraine for its remarkable effort towards protecting and rebuilding its renewable energy infrastructure while defending itself from Russia's war of aggression for the 3rd year. Let us work together towards a safe and sustainable energy future that safeguards our planet, especially its most vulnerable communities, for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Latvia. Guinea, do you want to use the floor?
Okay, thank you. I'm Albert Dimbaduno from Guinea. I'm a French speaker country, but I will try to do my speech in English. It is a great pleasure and honor for me, on behalf of the President of the Republic, his Prime Minister, the Minister of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbon, on behalf of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Guinea to the United Arab Emirates, and on my own behalf, to speak before this august assembly. I thank Slovenia for the presidency of this General Assembly in its 15th session, and also to the 4 vice presidents. I congratulate the government of United Arab Emirates for hosting this assembly. Through my voice, I reiterate the support of the Republic of Guinea for your institution in achieving the objective assigned to it. Guinea is a country in sub-Saharan Africa with enormous potential, particularly mining, hydroelectric, solar, and others. With 1,260 megawatt installed, including 840 megawatts in hydroelectricity, again less than 0.5 megawatts of solar. With the global objective of tripling the share of renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency, Guinea is committed to IRENA. Guinea has started some project, has 100 megawatt solar project on Kankan, Sigring, and Kurusa, with Enerstado company. The fruitful negotiation with the project 15 megawatt solar with Vinci Energy, 2 times 40 megawatt with Africa REN, the install of a wind measurement mat on the last estate with Albarak, to name just few. In addition to everything that has already been done, including a study of use of renewable energy to boost the agricultural sector, the final report of which we are waiting. Also, the waste of energy transformation project summit at the last session and currently being processing by your competent services. Guinea is requesting to benefit from capacity building session, institutional and financial support for the implementation of a renewable energy project. Through my voice and to conclude, please receive Mr. General Secretary of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, a local complete from our country. This is the gift from my country to the General Secretary of IRENA. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. If you approach the table, we will be very happy to receive it. This was our last intervention for today. Thank you all for your inputs. The Assembly takes note of all the statements made. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 6. Distinguished colleagues, we have reached the end of our deliberations for this evening. Kindly be reminded that all delegates are cordially invited to tonight's dinner reception hosted by the agency at the Ballroom Terrace here at St. Regis, Elliott Island. Doors open at 6:30. Well, it's 8:30, so you might still grab a bit of dessert and coffee, I suppose. The Assembly will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We hope it's as smooth as today. In plenary, starting with Agenda Item 9, High-Level Panel on Energy Transition, Pathway in Emerging Economies. This will be followed by the high-level dialogue on triple impact in small island developing states, accelerating renewable climate resilience and sustainable development. Y en este momento doy por clausurada la sessão. A sessão é agora fechada. Obrigado.
Very boring. Thank you.